Na jednice čeština, na dvojce angličtina.
18.
A vy mě slyšíte?
Do angličtiny. Hello, hello. Slyšíte, jo, v pořádku. Tak je dobrý. Tak... Takže jedu teď do angličtiny. Taky slyším a...
Teďkon taky slyším.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dobré? Opla. A už se to kácí tady. Pardon, pane ministře. Dobrý den. Moje jméno... Good morning, good morning, good morning. Dobré ráno.
Good morning.
Distinguished participants, in particular distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, heads and representatives of the key European and international organizations, distinguished experts, panelists, moderators, scientists, representatives of businesses, of NGOs, of academia, of national, regional and local administrations from all across Europe. Cordial welcome to Prague. And let me extend also the welcome to all those who do follow us online. I hope the sound and the video is fine, and let me wish you all to enjoy this conference. My name is Michal Nikvasil, and I'll have a pleasure to guide you through this event. And I have to start by saying that we had a dream. Half a year ago, we thought we would really like to do something significant for the European landscape during the Czech presidency. And we realized that experts are talking, water experts talking together, and forest experts and soil experts, but they hardly talk to each other. And we thought, why don't we invite all of you, the experts who have a say in designing and managing resilient landscapes? And here you are. Welcome, and let's start. Let me first take you through the choreography of this conference. We're starting with distinguished ministers and deputy ministers. Then we'll hear what the problem is from IPCC, what the options are from European Environmental Agency, and what some of the solutions are from the European Commission, DG Klima. Then we'll be moving to the individual panels. So we'll have a panel on soil, then water, then forests, and most importantly afterwards, we'll have representatives of individual projects, what we do consider best practices throughout Europe that do relate to designing and managing resilient landscapes. We have a representative of youth and developing countries coming afterwards, and very importantly, towards the end of the meeting, we'll present a Prague appeal. So sort of a summary of the most important elements of the conference, the elements of successful adaptation projects, and the obstacles that do prevent them from implementation, and an appeal to decision makers and all individuals and institutions. And we would very much like you to consider it. You'll be getting it to your emails, and you'll also will be able to pick up the printed version. The scope of the conference when it comes to geography is the whole Europe. When it comes to topics, we've mentioned soil regeneration, water retention, forest resilience, biodiversity conservation, and all that, and that is very important in the context of landscape planning. We'll try to focus as much as possible on nature-based solutions with many objectives in the background: ecosystem services recovery, disaster risk prevention, etc. Yesterday you received biographies of all the speakers and moderators, so we will not be long in introducing speakers, so please look up the details if you're interested, and to save time for their interventions. With that, let me pass the floor to my friend and a dear colleague who will take you through the first part of the panel, Ladislav Miko.
Hezký dobrý den.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Prague. I'd like to use the opportunity that we are in Prague, and I would like to let you hear the Czech language as well. I am really happy that at this conference, where a lot of sectors participate, we had the highest representative of key ministries that take part in the building of resilient landscape. And even though the first opening speech will be given by Anna Hubáčková, the Minister of the Environment, Mr. Nekula, who is the Minister of the Agriculture, unfortunately has some other commitments, and he needs to be with the highest representatives of the country. I would like to ask first the Minister of the Agriculture to give the opening speech. Good morning. Madam Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first express my thanks to Minister Hubáčková for invitation to today's conference regarding the adaptation to climate change. I'm really honored that I can salute you on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture. The consequences of the climate are more and more felt. Various participation models and other patterns are changing. For our minister, the key topics are the retention of water and landscape, protection of soil, or increasing resilience of forests. Our long-term goal regarding forests is to deepen the principles of sustainable forestry and to adapt forests to natural conditions. For this purpose, our government approved the concept of the state forestry policy by 2030, which is now being fulfilled within individual measures. It is precious about our concept that the result is cooperation among various forestry experts, academia, research institutions, but also practitioners, as well as NGOs and respective ministries, including Ministry of Environment. We also focus on increasing efficiency, land adjustments regarding the change of climate and better ability of landscape to retain water and other measures. And we also adopt a lot of measures in relation to fight against erosion, be it either the size of the area or individual measures for soil restoration. We attached great attention to improve the degradation of soil, and also we focus attention on the compaction of soil in order to prevent the water and soil erosion on agricultural lands. One of our priorities and our Czech presidency of the EU is also to decrease the need and demand for pesticides, not only here in the Czech Republic, but all across the EU. We also support the extending of ecological agriculture, as we want to increase the use of biological products. It is a key area for us, and we follow on the farm to fork strategy objectives. For us, precision agriculture is also important. By 2027, we would like to support it with an amount of more than 1 billion crowns, and about 15 billion crowns we would like to use for the research and innovation in agriculture, food industry, water management, and forestry. By 2027, management on non-contaminating soil is extremely important, and it is one of the main goals of our ministry. With respect to special nature of consequences of climate change, it is necessary to adopt measures at all levels, local, regional, and national levels. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to express my thanks once again to Mrs. Hubáčková for invitation, and please accept my apology that I can't stay with you all the time, but unfortunately I have to talk to the president of the country right now. Thank you and have a good day.
Děkuji moc.
Thank you very much, Minister of Agriculture, Minister Nekula. And now I would like to turn it around. I'm very pleased and happy to see him here, in spite of the fact that he's meeting the head of state in the early morning hours. We appreciated very much that he came before that meeting to give a few introductory words. And now we would like to welcome Madam Minister of the Environment, Anna Hubáčková. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Deputy Minister, distinguished foreign guests, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't happen so often that a lady gives priority to a gentleman if we are at the same rank. However, this is also an expression of the fact that the perception of the cooperation of the Ministry of the Agriculture and of the Environment has changed over the recent months. We work closely together. We work on climate change adaptation, and time will show us how much time we have already devoted to it. Is it a ghost, or can I continue? I believe that time will show what the future will be like, and the future generations will evaluate what we have managed, whether we have met the targets that we have defined as Europe. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to welcome you here, almost in the middle of our Czech presidency. We have already spent a few months with work on legislation. Working for the European Union is mostly about drafting and preparing various legislative frameworks, regulations, and directives. At the moment, it is primarily the Fit for 55 package. There are impacts and influences that nobody had envisaged, nobody had expected. It's the impact by the war in Ukraine. However, we are not forgetting adaptation to climate change, landscape adaptation. For us, the Czech presidency, it is a great challenge because many important international conferences are taking place during the semester. It's a great challenge in terms of staffing, in terms of preparing documents for the meetings and conferences. There's a tremendous amount of work in front of us. We appreciate it. However, we have to get additional staff members involved. We want to manage all of these tasks. In Egypt, there will be a climate conference taking place, and there will be a biodiversity conference taking place in Montreal, to name a few. But there will be many additional important conferences. The next one will take place in Cyprus. It will focus on the environment as well. It is in the interest of our country and also the entire European Union, as I believe, as I'm convinced, to achieve goals that we have defined for 2050. Definitely, we need to manage that. We are struggling with short-term objectives when it comes to the climate. However, climate resilience by 2050, this is the long-term objective. Also, landscape resilience by 2050, this is not changing. We still have to meet these objectives. It is necessary to interlink both agendas, otherwise it will not be possible. We have a solution for climate change. We have the 455 package. However, changes are already underway. We need to respond to them, and we are responding by adaptation strategies. Without synergy negotiations, it will not be possible to achieve success. At the same time, we do realize that, on the one hand, the legislative framework is indispensable for successful work. On the other hand, what will be decisive will be the implementation of the measures in practice. It will be a question how successful we will be in putting all of these measures in practice. It will be decisive to interlink all of the measures, to interlink all of the strategies, to share all experience, our experience, your experience. It will be about introducing good practice principles. We will also have to avoid dead-end streets. And we will need to learn from others. We will need to learn what to avoid, what we should not repeat again. As far as this conference is concerned, we wanted to offer a hands-on experience. We want to focus on practical experience and focus on the European legislation in the most effective way. As for adaptation to climate change, our conference will focus on water retention, protection of soil, and preservation of its functions. We will also focus on ecosystem services, including forest management. Solutions could be found in nature-based solutions, and we would like to put all of this into the natural landscape planning framework. You will hear about numerous practical projects that have been already implemented. And this conference will also show us that it is not possible to separate the individual ecosystems, water, soil, forest. One of the objectives of this conference is to show that everything is interconnected, that we need to take advantage of synergies between different fields if we want to be able to offer healthy food, healthy water. We need to take care of soil. Only healthy soil can help us to take care of humans and also to develop forests. Our objective today will be to tackle a task that we have already presented to you for discussion. I would be very much interested to introduce the results, the outputs of our conference in the form of the Prague challenge of the Prague program at the European Conference and at the EU Council in October. It is my ambition to present these results, my results, and also your results. This is crucial for me, and therefore I'm very pleased that all of you representatives of science, national, regional, local administration, also representatives of business, that all of you have accepted our invitation. We also have representatives of NGOs here. I appreciate your attendance. We have many representatives of foreign European institutions here, of the European Commission, and many national institutions. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. I would also like to greet and wish success to our Minister of Agriculture. He's a very important partner for us. He needs to leave. However, his colleagues are still here with us at the conference. Now, let me express my happiness about your presence and your attendance, and I wish great success to our conference. I very much look forward to the results, conclusions, and outputs of our conference that I will have the opportunity to present very soon. Have a pleasant day. Enjoy the stay here. Thank you.
Děkuju, paní.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for the introductory words. This is an overview of our ministries that are involved in this field, adaptation to climate change. And therefore, I have to welcome a representative of the third ministry that has to do with this field, and it's Leona Gergelová-Štajgrová, who is the Deputy Minister for Housing and Public Investment.
Báčková, of our Minister Ivan Bartoš, I would like to thank you for the invitation for this conference, and I'm sorry I have to apologize our Minister that he cannot attend this conference in person. The theme of the conference, Designing Climate Resilient Landscapes, is extremely topical. 25 years ago, we didn't think that we would have severe problems with floods in the Czech Republic. 10 years ago, we didn't put much emphasis on problems of drought. Until last year, we wouldn't have thought that we could experience a devastating tornado in the Czech Republic. And even this spring, we didn't expect that we would have to fight extensive forest fires in summer. Because reality often surpasses our imagination, it's good to be prepared for the unexpected. That's why the Czech Republic has Adaptation Strategy and its action plan prepared by the Ministry of the Environment. And this strategy contains many tasks also for our Ministry of Regional Development, which is responsible for fundamental agendas as spatial planning and construction permitting. Let me also mention that the Ministry of Regional Development is responsible for public procurement, and I will also speak about it. But first of all, it's the spatial planning that can help change the landscape for the better. I would like to mention about 5 issues in this area on our side of our ministry. In cooperation with the Ministry of the Environment and State Land Office, we are preparing an update of the methodology for landscape planning studies. The landscape planning study is an ideal tool for conceptual design of measures to improve the water regime, to prevent the soil erosion, to support biodiversity, which can then be refined and implemented through the process of land consolidation. So far, landscape planning studies have been prepared for almost a quarter of the territory of the Czech Republic, and we believe that more will be added in the upcoming years. Second, in the new Building Act, we introduced the definition of green infrastructure, which will be solved in spatial plans. Third, this year we acquired a methodology for examining the necessity of defining new areas for development in spatial plans. And by the end of 2022, we will prepare a draft methodology for the issue of taking flood risk management plans into account in spatial planning. Fourth, our ministry also initiated a research project to examine the optimal tools of spatial regulation and in spatial plans and regulatory plans, and we will also focus on urban planning response in the heat islands. And last but not least, by 2026, our ministry is asked to examine the possibilities of reinforcing landscape planning in the context of spatial planning and other planning processes used in the Czech Republic. But as I mentioned, I'm also responsible, and our ministry is responsible for public procurement. This is approximately 12% of GDP in our countries. This is an important tool also for the topic which we are discussing today here at this conference. I believe I don't have to mention that contracting authorities are entitled to promote environmental sustainability by means of public procurement. This opportunity to use public finances to reach not only the primary subject matter but also added value was reinforced when a principle of socially and environmentally responsible procurement and innovation was adopted in the public procurement law 1.5 years ago. The contracting authorities are obliged to use this principle in all public procurement whenever it's possible. Some contracting authorities are already putting this principle more or less systematically in use, be it environmentally sustainable construction, green roofs, effective collection and use of rain and grey water, and purchases of renewable energy with guarantee of origin. Our buying fresh, or we can speak about buying fresh seasonal produce and local organic foodstuff, which can support sustainable food production and consumption systems. Provided that the environmentally sustainable public procurement becomes commonplace, public procurement might become one of the tools to design climate-neutral, resilient landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you for the invitation, and I wish you a pleasant conference and a lot of inspiration during your discussion. Thank you very much.
Děkuji mnohokrát.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of the opening speeches given by Czech most of the time, And now the international introduction. I would like to express my thanks to you, Madam Minister and Deputy Minister, for the opening speeches. I would also like to express my thanks to the Minister Nekula. And now I will switch into
to Michal, who will be moderating the next part of the introductory session, which will be around the international and European perspective. So, Michal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me invite our distinguished speakers. And before they take their seats, let me mention one housekeeping remark. Participants who are here at the moment in the room, as well as those connected online, you can ask questions, and I very much invite you to ask questions via SLIDO. So if on your PCs, on your mobile phones, if you get to slido.com and you either introduce the code, the number that you see on the screen, or you scan the QR code, you'll get there. It's very easy, very intuitive, and please ask your question, try to be brief and concise, and I'll use these questions when asking our distinguished panelists. With this, and without further delay, let me again refer you to the biographies you have received yesterday with all the details about our speakers. And here, let me only introduce the three distinguished colleagues that we have here, and it's my utmost pleasure. We'll start with Mr. Hans Otto Pörtner, co-chair of Working Group 2 on Impacts, Adaptation and Vulnerability of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to introduce us to where we are and what the problems are, in particular in Europe. Hans Otto, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this brief and nice introduction, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here and talk to you about what the findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are and what they mean with respect to building resilient landscapes. We are building on a set of reports during this 6th assessment cycle, and we are approaching the end of this cycle and now producing the synthesis report. We have started with a special report on 1.5 degrees. We have prepared a report on climate change and land, then one on ocean and cryosphere, and then released our working group reports. I'm just depicting the one that we have produced on impacts, adaptation and vulnerability, which has 3,000 plus pages. Now, where's the issue? After 30 years of IPCC history, certainly the issue is not in the scientific assessment of the reasons for climate change, impacts of climate change. We know enough. We know a lot. The issue is with implementation. And I think we need to focus our scientific minds more and more on this aspect. And I can tell you that our assessment reports during this cycle have actually started to do so, especially the Working Group 2 and 3 reports. What is already happening? And let me just emphasize that is not only the assessment reports of the IPCC that are important in this context, but also the assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And we are building on the first ever official collaboration between the two bodies, where we released last year a workshop report on biodiversity and climate change. So we are bridging across the silos in the sciences as much as this is needed, also in the policy realm. Now, what is already happening, I think we all know to some extent. Human pressure on biodiversity is increasing constantly. and at the same time conservation efforts have not been sufficient to stem the loss of biodiversity on the global scale. We could say the same for climate change. And human-caused climate change is increasingly threatening nature and its contributions to people, and we are seeing losses. Losses through the overuse of natural resources, indicated here by fishing, overfished stocks, losses through excessive droughts, as we have just seen this summer in Europe, losses, immediate losses through heat waves and associated mass mortalities, which also impact the human population. Excessive wildfires that are destroying large landscapes. We need to do something about it, and we need to turn around. And this seems to be the major issue. Let me start with this general statement. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. And our report's findings are providing guidance for setting global goals and ambition in mitigation and adaptation. So this is a global task. This is not just a task for any individual country or for the European Union, but we have to put it into global context. And this is, without that, we will not reach climate resilience and associated development. We are building our well-being on the well-being of nature. At the same time, we are exploiting nature and destroying it. And global warming is just one of the influences. It has caused dangerous and widespread disruption in nature that billions of people, including those that try to use nature in the bioeconomy sector, which is a term for it, the modern term for it, depend on. And you see biodiversity ecosystems are suffering, as you can see here in the mass mortality of trees in drought-stressed forests in California, and you could actually have similar pictures in Europe, reminding you of, for example, the one we have in Germany in the Harz Mountains. Using nature sustainably depends on biodiversity, and the risk of extinction in biodiversity hotspots, for example, increases by about tenfold as warming rises from 1.5 to 3 degrees. And you see the reddish colors intensifying on this global map. And that certainly also includes Europe, which is just a small part of this in the end. Climate change combines with unsustainable use of natural resources, habitat destruction, growing urbanization, and inequity. And it also combines with the excessive use of land, sealing of land, excessive construction happening, thinking about what kind of resources we still have for such purposes is an important process. Because this excessive use is reducing the capacity of people and nature to adapt to environmental challenges. Now, this is kind of a rough description of the issue. How do we quantify this? How do we actually define the guardrails that take us into a safer future? We are evaluating risks, and we are looking at certainly the climate hazard. Then we look at how vulnerable it is, and then we look at how to and to what extent the system is exposed to climate change. Risk reduction is an important strategy all across sectors and silos. And risk reduction occurs by adaptation, but not only by adaptation. It also occurs by mitigation, reducing climate change, the degree of global warming. But we need to consider the limits of adaptation. And these are important guidelines in order to say how much global warming can we actually tolerate. And these limits to adaptation are physical, ecological, technological, economic, political, especially, institutional, psychological, and or socio-cultural. So many aspects need to be considered. Nature needs to adapt, we need to adapt, and we are part of nature in terms of our functional property, being organisms ourselves that emerged from the natural environment. Now, risk we quantify in terms of a color scale. So going, as you see on the bottom left, going from white, undetectable, to moderate yellow, to red high, and to purple very high, where certainly there we have exceeded the limits to adaptation. For some systems, we do it much, much earlier. And we have a confidence assessment, so we have a solid scientific foundation to tell us where we should go or not go. And we, based on this risk assessment, which is different for any system, but based on this unifying language, we can compare across sectors and we can compare the risk levels associated, which provides guidelines. And I show this here for the different ecosystems we've looked at, the terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems as much as the marine ecosystems. Apologies for that, being in a landlocked country currently. But I think it's important to notice, first of all, warming above land is larger than warming over the ocean, meaning that our land systems reach, in terms of global warming, reach limits, and the transition from moderate to high risk is representing such a limit earlier than the ocean systems on average, and that is what you see here. We are comparing, and we have started to do that in the 1.5 report, 1.5 and 2 degrees of global warming. And you see when we take these lines across these different systems, which, without talking about them in much detail, that 1.5 is a good point of orientation. 1.5 essentially keeps most of these systems at moderate risks. If we go beyond 2 and reach 2 degrees, we are reaching into the high risk area. And there's one system on the ocean side that is already heavily suffering, and that are the warm water coral reefs, where we see a decline in their functioning, in their ecosystem services, providing protection against sea level rise, against storms, and also providing insufficiently more and more biodiversity for human consumption. So if we go to land, there's biodiversity loss kicking in beyond 1.5, structure change, tree mortality becoming emphasized, wildfire increase, and carbon loss. And this is already starting, especially if some climate drivers like heat and drought are combining. But we can also go more broadly beyond ecosystems. Ecosystems tell us more clearly what's at stake, but there are also human sectors and other processes involved. This includes food production from crops, fisheries and livestock, biodiversity and ecosystems, mortality and morbidity also of the human population, and sea level rise. And I've combined here aspects of Africa, our neighboring continent, then the Mediterranean, the bridging area, and Europe. And you see for all of these, and this also includes water supply in the Mediterranean and in Europe, it includes health and well-being aspects. And for all of these, we once again see that it's safer to stay below 1.5, and it's becoming dangerous to go beyond 1.5. Not to say that there can be dangerous moments that are increasing with every little bit of warming increasing. So 1.5 is not a safe haven. It's really only a guardrail. Staying below would be safer than going beyond. And we are playing games currently. We're taking a risk because of our short-term interests. We are taking a risk of going beyond. What's happening in the natural ecosystems and in the landscapes is they are losing their ecosystem services as we progress with the degree of global warming. And this concerns, for example, the productivity of forests. That is indicated here on the left-hand side. You see an intensification of the red dots. We already see some of this in the current climate at the top of the globe, and you see an intensification by the 2040s, and by the 2040s it doesn't really matter which scenario you use, this is already built into the system. We have bought that kind of warming, and you see we have bought into that kind of loss of productivity that we are facing in the future, and that concerns tropical forests, it concerns boreal forests, and it concerns our forests as well. And species are on the move. They are trying to stay within their temperature window that they are adapted to, and their adaptation capacity is increasingly challenged. And on the right-hand side, the curve, the move from the blue to the to the orange curve at the bottom shows you how the productivity of these systems is declining depending on the climate projections across latitudes. All latitudes are affected. And that's a finding at the same time as we are thinking about using nature more. Asking nature to help us out of our current crises. For example, more and more focusing on bio-based products, increasing use of wood in buildings, power generation from biomass, biofuel production, and bio-based plastics, chemicals, and packages. They should all help us. So our demand to use nature and to use it because it doesn't harm climate so much is increasing. How do we deal with this? How do we bring this together? There are large-scale global challenges here that need to be mastered. At the same time, we know we need to avoid further deforestation and degradation of intact ecosystems. We need to restore them, to rebuild them, especially the biodiversity-rich systems. We need to reduce land use competition, for example, building and agriculture demands. And for that, we need to free land. How do we do that? Actually, one good way of doing that, which would benefit our health, which would benefit the climate, and it would benefit and free land for these uses, is largely reducing meat consumption, especially in Europe, where we use more than 60% of our land, of our cultured land, to produce animal feed, which is a high, and then we produce animal meat, which is a highly inefficient way of food production for humans. We need to develop food and feed sources. There are suggestions, Europeans should eat more insects. At the same time, we are killing the insects and reducing their biomass largely. So what we really also need to be doing, as we see all of these challenges and these needs on our way forward, there needs to be a broad education initiative. Everybody needs to be brought on mind. This needs to be started in schools, in universities, and it also needs to reach the adult population, including many policymakers. And as to landscape planning, yes, landscape planning, spatial planning is important. We need to know what we need to set aside, what we need to protect, what we can sustainably use, and where we can live, where we can have intensive uses as well. And we are talking about a mosaic approach to these challenges, to these questions, where we integrate climate concerns, biodiversity concerns, and the needs of human society, and we consider them as coupled systems because that is key for successful outcomes. And you see how these protected spaces, sustainably used spaces are interspersed, and then there are intensively used spaces as well, and this concerns the use of land and the use of the ocean. And there is still room for everything, but there are compromises. For example, compromises that may actually be beneficial for us, for example, the reduction in meat consumption. And we need to give ecosystems the room that they need to function and to develop the full capacity of their ecosystem services also for us. And that, on average, according to our workshop report, concerns 30 to 50% of the surface area of land and ocean. That's quite a big demand, but the 30% goal has already been accepted but not implemented. So there's a climate target guardrails there to be observed. 1.5 is really, I think, the maximum we should allow happening. And then this is a precondition for being able to strengthen the biosphere, to support its services for us and to support its functioning. And this feasibility of adaptation measures has been assessed in our report. And you can find it here, and you see within the red rectangle that there is actually a strong capacity for some of these measures, and you see those by the large bullets. That's forest-based, concerning forest-based adaptation, sustainable aquaculture and fisheries, agroforestry, and biodiversity management and ecosystem connectivity. So there's hope, but we need to have a direction. And there is no going, stepping left and right. There's no time for that. Time's running out. There are solutions around. There is climate-smart forestry and agriculture. Nature-based solutions addressing climate change can provide opportunities for sustainable livelihoods at the same time, as well as multiple ecosystem services, provided we can keep and put a lid on climate change. Climate-smart forestry is under the same challenges as illustrated, considering the whole value chain and integrating climate objectives. And nature offers significant potential for adaptation mitigation. That is very important in the developing countries, but it's also important within Europe, as we all know. Agroforestry may also be a good approach for us, protecting our agriculture against heat and drought, more than we are currently managing and successfully doing that. We need to build resilience in forests with high biodiversity. And just an example, in this quite naturally looking landscape, a Nigerian rubber farmer diversifies his business with food crops, fruit trees, and bees. So sustainably using landscapes means mixing different uses and protecting the landscape that way. Monocultures are not a good idea. And you see that at the top. They seem to be high productivity systems, but what if that productivity collapses during heat and drought? An agroforestry system may actually be much more resilient against these oscillating stresses as we are currently seeing them during our European seasons. This helps landscape diversity and habitat quality, retention of nutrients, climate regulation, flood regulation, pollination, and biological pest and disease control, supporting biodiversity. So rather go for stable, somewhat lower productivity systems as for specialized systems that are then under risk under these extreme climate challenges that we are seeing more and more. And we can produce biomass for some bioenergy as well, and bio-based products as well. But we need to avoid maladaptation, like rebuilding of monocultures, for example. In a nutshell, there is a significant scope for optimizing the use of land resources to support biodiversity and produce biomass while reducing adverse effects. There needs to be a context-specific prioritization. I mean, these 30 to 50% number needs to, for example, be specified for the ecosystems in question, because each ecosystem may have different demands and needs. And there needs to be improved governance to enhance synergies across these different systems, as well as across ministries. And we've heard that the agriculture and environmental ministries are talking to each other, and the same is actually happening in Germany too. Energy conservation and efficiency measures also need to be considered, partly because we are late in mitigating climate change. So ecosystem stewardship is key if we want to build landscape resilience. effective and equitable conservation and restoration of approximately 30 to 50% of land, freshwater, and ocean ecosystems can help ensure a healthy planet. And we put this into the context of what we call climate resilient development. As you see on the right-hand side, we can go, if we let go like we still do, we will end up with a planet that will not be able to help us, where nature will not be able to help us anymore. Sustainability, the SDGs of the United Nations may become very, very difficult as we let climate change go on and not really focus on clear targets there. Whereas when we build a healthy planet, nature can help us to build resilience also with respect to climate change, and under the condition that we are able to limit climate change. And this is showing, what? This is showing the pathways. It considers the need to limit climate change for being able to build climate resilience. And it emphasizes the urgency, because with that demand comes urgency. Starting today, every action, every choice and decision matters. False compromises need to be avoided to secure climate resilient development at below 1.5 degrees of global warming. So the science is clear. Any further delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. And our reports offer solutions to the world. They just need to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pertner, for outlining the problems, but also some of the possible solutions. And without further delay, let me welcome Mr. Hans Bruynings, Executive Director of the European Environment Agency, to outline some of the possible options and the view of the agency. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Minister Hubáčková, colleagues. It's a pleasure for the European Environment Agency to support the Czech presidency, especially on a topic so relevant as the one that you are discussing here. Because although 80% of European citizens live in cities, I think it's clear that our resilient societies will depend to a large extent on how we deal with our natural and cultured landscape. So I think the topic is well chosen. In the interest of time, because the session I think just ended according to the program, I will try to be brief and to the point. Okay, these are some of the pictures of this summer that we've seen, not only in Europe, I might stress, but on the whole northern continent, with unprecedented heat waves also in the US, the Southwest, and in my opinion, the pictured and imaged massive flood in Pakistan. But they are not unexceptional. If you think of the summer of 18, the summer of 20, the last 5-6 years, and especially the work that Hans Otto Pertner presented, they are not unexceptional and also not unexpected, because we've all seen the same pictures, but in a very different form, in the form of scientific maps, which we have shown for at least a decade, and that actually gave you exactly the direction where we were going. And this is on forest fires. I will not dive deeper into them, but I could have shown the same maps for Europe on drought, on temperature, on river flow, on all of the things that we've seen this summer. So not unexpected and not exceptional when we look into the future. What we are focusing on in the agency as well is on understanding the impact economically of this type of changes in Europe. And the map that shows you the losses is per square kilometer up to 200,000 euros per square kilometer. If you take a square of 10 by 10 kilometers, and that's not a very big square, that brings you up to 20 million euros for that little square. Most of that is uninsured in Europe, and I might say it's totally uninsured in the developing world. But I mean, we are already suffering serious losses, and they will increase, yeah, unless we take a very different approach, and that is to look at climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and also biodiversity at three sides of the same coin. That might be against the laws of physics, but I speak about three sides of the same coin. They are interconnected, as is stated in the documents for this conference, and they should be interconnected much more in our policy approaches, and luckily they are increasingly so. This is the line that the European institutions use towards net zero emissions. We count on the natural carbon cycle by 2050 to sort of compensate for about 10% of the emissions that will still be there. That is only possible if we have strong biodiversity policies, if we have strong adaptation measures and strong mitigation. So counting on ecosystems, nature-based solutions, whatever term we use today, is not a given. And that is well illustrated by forests and the trends they show in emissions. It's not a given that forests are sinks. These are the data for the Czech Republic. You see that forests are emitting here. Is the Czech Republic an exception? No. I can show you the top one. Here is Slovenia, where the bark beetle wreaked havoc in the forests, but mitigating measures and probably some good luck as well made that they are now sinks again. If you look at Portugal, the high peak there were the forest fires. So these systems are not stable, they're not linear, and they depend on what we do on top of what happens in the natural environment. So this is a strong call to take these interconnections seriously and to design policies around them. The same is of course true for water and the link to environment and adaptation and resilience. We have ecosystem services from floodplains and river basins linked to carbon storage, nutrient uptake and retention, which is a critical issue in parts of Europe, flood risk regulation and all of that. It is clear that we will not manage resilient river basins and floodplains by focusing only on water. This will require a landscape approach, an integrated approach, which is embedded, by the way, in European legislation, but not necessarily translated in strong policy actions everywhere. Yeah? An example is the lower Danube River in Romania, where you can see over time how much of the space for the river has been lost. Look at wetlands, minus 96%. You're an expert audience. I don't need to tell you what the value is of wetlands in a climate resilience debate and a mitigation debate. Well, if we want a resilient Romania and a resilient Bucharest, it's not going to happen only by green roofs and trees in Bucharest. It's going to happen in the river basin that we are looking at here. So these require landscape approaches, and that is rather obvious. Now, quite a bit of that is actually embedded in European legislation. If you look at the Biodiversity Strategy and river basin legislation, they talk about these connections. But it means that we need to look at these elements as part of a broader landscape integrated approach towards mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity. And just looking at hydromorphological pressures in our data sets, we know that about every 1.5 kilometers in Europe on a river, there is some construction, something that doesn't belong in that river naturally. And if we want to address that, 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers, that's in the Biodiversity Strategy, that will require very serious interventions from policymakers. And it will require very serious interventions, not only from those dealing with water, but also those dealing with the interconnection between water and the landscape surrounding river basins. Yeah? We've heard a lot about forests already. It's rather obvious that healthy forests play a critical role in resilient landscapes and in the whole climate discussion. I will not go through all of these circles because I'm sure you are familiar with them, and in the program you will have deep dives, as we now need to call that, into the matter, so I will leave that to the specialists. But it's rather clear that if we count on our forests, we need to recognize that they're under pressure and under stress, yeah? From exactly those problems where we expect them to be the solution, which is climate change. That connection is rather clear, and Mr. Portner also emphasized that. I will just say one thing. The number of times in the last 2-3 weeks that I've heard people of influence and politicians comment on that leaf picture and saying that, oh my God, autumn is already there. You know, I can tell you it's not there. We should step away from scientific nonsense. This has nothing to do with autumn. It is water stress and heat stress. So we would be helped if we would put the debate in the right context and frame issues where they belong. We're not helped by nonsense. Yeah? So this is a strong call to those who comment on these conditions to call it what it is. This is climate change happening, and it requires a very different approach than moving the needle on the calendar and claiming that it's autumn already. So that's really important in my opinion. So we've talked already about, you know, the importance of addressing integrated approaches to the elements that are on the calendar of and on the schedule of this conference, and you will discuss this much further. And if we look at many European countries and we look at land use, these are two images that dominate rather strongly. Yeah? This could also be the sort of integrated future for Europe that would make us more resilient, but that would require also societal and economic adaptation, as was highlighted by Mr. Portner. I think what is important is that the key pieces of the puzzle in Europe are there when it comes to policies. I mean, the directives, the regulations, the legislation is there. The complexity, I wouldn't call it the devil, but the complexity is in the implementation in a way that actually makes them work together towards that more resilient, climate neutral, and biodiversity strong Europe. A missing piece of the puzzle for a long time has been the emphasis on healthy soils. And I would say finally, Europe is there with a much stronger vision on soils, supported by strong knowledge, but also by an initiative to embed this in a true European strategy, and hopefully, that is my hope, resulting in stronger European legislation, because it is absolutely critical for all the other objectives that we discussed. In the interest of time, I will not go into this slide. You're the specialists on what that would mean for mitigating climate change, but also for better climate adaptation. Now, as a European Environment Agency, we are in this game in strong collaboration with the member states, with our partners in the European Commission, and our task is to bring knowledge together and make it accessible in support of policy. So we run Climate Adapt with the Commission. It's the go-to website where you find all the information on adaptation, and increasingly also linking it to health and to discussions of resilience. But we also run BICE, the Biodiversity Information System for Europe, FICE, the Forest Information System for Europe, and WISE, the Water Information System for Europe. the integration of those, I think, in terms of knowledge use, is absolutely critical, and we are committed to playing a strong role there. Okay, so in conclusion, I would say that knowledge-based and information-centered strong policy commitments based on a legislative architecture that is mostly already in place at the European level is now urgent, and it should be at the top of everybody's agenda. And I will end by taking you mentally back to the pictures of this summer, and if we can remind ourselves that they are neither unexpected nor exceptional, I think that should stimulate us not to be optimists. I refer to Jean Monnet, one of the fathers of the European Union, when he was asked, Mr. Monnet, are you an optimist? And he said, I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm determined. It's about time that we use our knowledge to be determined to turn this crisis around. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruinings, for a great presentation, and just to ensure you, we are determined, at least on the side of the Czech presidency. Without further delay, we do give a preference to women normally, but the reason why my dear colleague Clara de la Torre is in class is that we heard what the problems are, what the options are, and now we turn to possible solution. Acting Director General for Climate Action of the European Commission, Clara de la Torre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michal. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen in the room and in the cyberspace, I am really grateful for the Czech presidency for having invited us, organized this conference. As we all know here, we have an issue that we have to deal with. We know that climate change effects are not a question of other parts of the world. They are questions also of the European Union. We remind ourselves, Hans was telling us that we have to bring back the pictures of the past summer here. I'm sure, unfortunately, our Czech colleagues are still fighting with the bark beetle calamity very recently. Last June, a tornado swept several villages in the South Moravian region, killing 5 people, and leaving more than 150 injured. So these are real facts. We are putting stress on the landscape. We are putting stress on the economy. We are putting stress on certain sectors. Paramedics, firefighters are on alert and are reaching their limits. We have no doubt here that the climate crisis is very serious, and it demands a transformational change of the way in which we live, in the way in which we move, in the way in which we produce. Climate change has been said repeatedly this morning, and it will go on for these 2 days, is closely interlinked with biodiversity crisis. And this is also a very serious one. So it's a teamwork. We need to work together, the European authorities, the national authorities, the regional and local authorities. Many of the solutions are at that level. And we have to, as well, bring in the representatives of the citizens, of the society. We have under the presidency, they have helping us with a lot, as the minister referred to, the so-called Fit for 55 package to mitigate our climate change. But we have at the same time continue with the same emphasis work against the effects that climate change is producing. And we have also, the same as for mitigation, we have also to look at the solutions as opportunities, as it was being said, for a better life, better landscape, new business opportunities, because we have anyhow to adapt to the unavoidable impacts of climate change. So this conference, the Czech Presidency's conference, is very important that takes place in this moment. We need to remind ourselves of the core elements of a successful implementation. We have heard those before, but let me remind them again. We have the great potential of good water, we have forest and soil management, and we have to bring them together. That's an important concept of this conference, under what we call landscape level. The water system, the soil system, ecosystems are interlinked. This is why a comprehensive, a systemic approach of adaptation is necessary if we want to have a resilient European Union. This is very much this systemic approach, this let us address everything at the same time, we can't just parcel our lives, is the approach that is being taken in the Green Deal, and within the Green Deal, the European adaptation policy and strategy. Let us also not forget that we have, as Europeans, agreed on a law, the first European climate law, which sets obligations in reducing the emissions, but also sets obligations in becoming a resilient continent. There are, we have legislation in our policies. We have also funding. I'll come back to that. We have important assessments. We are very much helped by, more than helped, where science and data are instrumental to our policies. And we need the member states to roll out the solutions that are there. This cannot be done without the member states' involvement. We are I was referring to legislation, and we are in this moment, as part of this package, we are upgrading our policies on land-based climate mitigation by revising the so-called LULUCF, land use change and forestry framework for carbon accounting. And we are as well, and we'll be issuing that very shortly, proposing a framework for certifying the carbon removals. Because, as it was being said, we are counting on some of them to reach our climate neutrality. So all this offers opportunities for protecting and restoring carbon-rich ecosystems with potential significant benefits for biodiversity and climate adaptation. It has been mentioned, and it will be, there are colleagues in this room that are more knowledgeable than myself about the EU Biodiversity Strategy, the EU Forest Strategy, the EU Soil Strategy, and these days I hope we will be also building on this in this. We have also directives. We have the EU Water Framework Directive. We have the Flood Directive, where, as Hans was referring, the river basin approach plays a crucial role. Because in developing, as he has shown us in these very telling pictures, in developing resilient landscapes, river basins should play an important role, as they are the best way to scale, the best scale to consider which measures should be taken to achieve good status of the surface water, but also of the groundwater, and to ensure that present and future drought and flood risks are well addressed. All these examples mirror our conviction, determination that for climate adaptation, designing climate-resilient landscapes with diverse and healthy ecosystems is a no-regret measure. It is the right thing to do, and our best shot, whatever the climate scenario, is to ensure the continued provision of vital services like the supply of enough clean water, the protection against the floods, the soil degradation. So it's a no-regret policy that we have to implement anyhow. Also, adaptation is very much coming to the center of the international discussions. In the Union, as you know, we are enhancing our international policies, and adaptation is very much at the core of our bilateral relations. But needless to say to this audience how important it is in the discussions in the COP and how it's becoming really the center of many difficult discussions around the world. I'm grateful to Hans that showed the slide on the mission and adaptation. Because when we come to financial support, we have several elements. As you know, we have the LIFE program, which includes just under 2 billion euros, specifically for climate action for the period 2021-2027. And we have the EU mission on adaptation for climate change, which is rooted in the Research and Innovation Horizon Europe program, but goes well beyond it. And it offers a number of opportunities to support the transition of the different actors towards precisely a more climate resilient landscape. There are several missions. We have 5 of them, but there are 3 of them which are particularly relevant to this audience. One is dealing with the soils, another with smart cities, and another one with the most dear to me as mission manager, the climate adaptation mission. And missions are showing the power of innovation. Each mission is a community of practice being built around innovation and bringing in actors, projects, monies, practices that will help us in supporting at least 150 regions of the Union and to become resilient, climate resilient, and also to deploy on the ground at least 75 large-scale transformation actions in the field of adaptation. Today and these days we're hearing, and I'm thankful to the brochure I've seen at the entrance of the examples of adaptation projects, and we need to learn from each other because this is, many of the solutions, as was saying by Dr. Peter, are there. We have to see how we implement them and where do they work, where do they need to be customized, let us say. May I invite in this room, in particular the Czech regions, but also other regions of Europe, to join the already 120 signatories of the Mission Charter. The Mission Charter being a declaration of principles and of commitments to act on adaptation, so that we can really build a strong adaptation community, an innovative community that looks far ahead of us. And this mission can become particularly powerful if we look at it also from the regional policy perspective and from the agriculture perspective. So I was very happy to hear that the different ministries, including the agriculture minister, is very much in the line of this adaptation policy. To finish, adaptation is of the essence for climate policy, is of the essence for biodiversity, is also an opportunity for business, an opportunity to modernize our society, to become more resilient. So let us invest in adaptation. Science is on our side, data are on our side, so let us go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Clara, for this presentation, and a rich presentation, and indeed, possible ways and solutions that I'm sure we'll explore during this conference. We are slightly behind the time, so we'll unfortunately not have much time for discussion. Nevertheless, let me pick up one of the questions from our SLIDO and ask all participants. So the question is, you all talked about climate impacts and natural disasters. So the question is, how can we prepare and adapt to unexpected climate change impacts? And I would like to ask all of you, since we have to start the press conference very shortly, for a brief reply and also your, let's say, final statement of this session, what you would like participants to retain from this very session. Who wants to start? You have to be very short.
Yeah, thank you. This is not working.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you for this important question. I mean, there is really not the one solution that we can call out in order to become more resilient. We have to go ambitiously into transformation that is touching virtually every aspect of our life. Certainly, it's a regional question, whether there are specific challenges. Along the coast, they may be different than in the mountains. And prepare for the unexpected is a question unexpected in terms of dimension, and that is clearly true. But in terms of what is coming to us, it's not really unexpected, because it will be a mix of different challenges from the climate system combined with biodiversity challenges. Seeing the issue emerging is very important, and having resilient ecosystems around you that are able to take up the water, that are able to provide physical protection, and not go into maladaptation direction, for example, building seawalls and things. That's an example that we have explored extensively in the IPCC. So it's a mix of measures, and starting with changing the education system, making people from students, young students to adults, aware of the life-sustaining functions of the planet and of the systems around them, that it's important to protect them. That is, I think, the core measure to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It will not be a surprise that I refer to European legislation. If the best thing we can do to prepare for unexpected climate change is to treat it as expected, and to take national adaptation strategies much more seriously than we do today. They refer to all sectors in society, so they are by definition including all sectors. What is often missing is a strong implementation strategy, including financial estimates of what is needed, and a, let's say, 10-year implementation plan that is monitored not at the level of the Ministry of Environment, but at the level of the government, because it touches on all sectors. So if we want to take climate adaptation seriously, all we need to do is actually implement what we have promised each other to implement, and that is a good climate adaptation strategy with an implementation plan, the resources, and that would help a great deal. Implementation, implementation, implementation.
Thank you, Clara.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it works.
It works? Okay, thank you. Climate change is a challenge. It's horror, but it's also a huge opportunity. So climate change is pervasive in all parts of the economy, all parts of the society, in our lives. So it's the responsibility of public authorities, certainly, responsibility of business, but also a change in our personal behaviors and attitudes. And it's only with education and information that we can reach that.
Thank you so much. We are almost out of time. I think this has been a perfect basis for our discussions that would start after a break, where we will dive indeed into concrete solutions when it comes to soil, when it comes to water, forests, and the designing of resilient landscapes as such. We have some more questions, no worries, we'll address them within individual panels, such as the ones on agroforestry or monoculture. Please do continue asking questions to make the sessions more interactive. Now I would very much ask our Madam Minister and our distinguished participants to move to the press conference, and for all of you, the rest of you, you have a well-deserved coffee break. We shall start at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Dear friends, and colleagues, please, we start with a session. I need more. Okay, great. Good morning again. Good morning all. I will have to overdo the noise you are causing because we are starting the session. In the morning time, I didn't manage to introduce myself, so my name is Ladislav Miko, and some of you may know me from my work in DG Environment and DG Sante in the European Commission. Some others, maybe if we have Slovak participants, can know me as a representative of European Commission in Bratislava, but at the moment I am working for Czech Presidency, but I have a second life, and that second life is a life of soil biologist, and therefore I am absolutely happy that we have in our conference also a section which is going to deal with soil. And one interesting thing of soil is that it's similar as the resilient landscapes, meaning soil is important absolutely everywhere in all agendas we are going to discuss today or tomorrow. So let me welcome you in our session, which will last 1 hour. My colleagues mostly know me. I will be quite harsh if you are too long. So we will really finish at 12, and let me to introduce our speakers in short. Claudia Olazabal from DG Environment, Wim van der Putten from Terrestrial Ecology, Wageningen University, Katharina Hedlund, Lund University, Center of Environmental and Climate Science. And we also have Martin Smetana, who is actually the active farmer, so someone who can say if we all these theoretical discussions which we have, if they work. But he's also representing the Living Soil Project, Sustainable Agriculture, and he is an expert in this area. So welcome to Martin as well. And without any further ado, I will invite Claudia. Problem with the presentation. We should be flexible, particularly, and we should adapt. This is the conference about it. So Claudia will try to get her presentation once more to be functional, and therefore the second referat will be first, and Wim van der Putten will start to speak about the scientific background of the problem we are going to discuss. Wim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ladislav. Now I feel bad as well because ladies first, and actually also policy first. But now
we started this tradition already with ministers, so I mean.
Yeah, I know. So, well, I'm going to speak about soil biodiversity, and I'll touch upon soil health and upon climate resilience. But first. So Mr. Bruinings already said we have to dive, or we are going to dive deeper. So first about what is soil, and usually soil is considered by many people as something which is a substrate which has physical and chemical characteristics. But actually, if you realize that if you take a handful of soil, that you have about 5,000 taxa of soil organisms in your hands, in one hand, this is soil also. So soil is something which is tremendously biodiverse. Most of these organisms are bacteria and fungi and archaea, and you will have a lot of viruses as well in one handful of soil. But you also have things like, well, maybe you have a tardigrade like here in the top, and probably you will not have a mole in your hand, but you have a lot of life. And someone once said, if you don't have money to travel to the tropics, or under COVID, we were not allowed to travel. If you want to see biodiversity, take a handful of soil and you will see a lot of biodiversity. So, and then if we speak about climate resilient landscapes, then a landscape for most of these soil organisms is something completely different than a landscape for us. So if you have a handful of soil, it's about a continent for these soil organisms. So that's what you have to realize. In soil, dimensions are completely different. So if you think about what soil biodiversity does in a landscape, then this cartoon, and I hope it can be read from the back, but in this cartoon it's shown that well, soil organisms build soil structure, they remove pesticides and nutrients, they have antibiotics to kill each other, and these antibiotics can be used for developing medicines. They also control nutrient cycles and control greenhouse gases. So this all is in the landscape, and you get it for free, provided that you manage the landscape in a wise way. So this is Dutch agriculture, and I have to make a confession, Ladislav. I'm also a farmer, so I grew up on a farm, and I'm still sort of a hobby farmer in the weekends. And this is how we grew up with, if you would make the furrows straight, then you were a good farmer. These days, it's only a matter of programming your computer, because that is doing the job. A good farmer is someone, at least in the Netherlands, who has straight furrows, no weeds on the land, only potatoes or wheat or sugar beet or that sort of stuff. But there's a problem here, because what seems to be good farming is bad for soil biodiversity and soil multifunctionality. And this is what I can show in these results. And this is work done in the Soil Service project funded by the European Commission, and Katrina Hedlund was the coordinator of this project. You will see all these lines that go downwards. So these 4 lines within a cartoon represent 4 countries. So we have work done in Sweden, the United Kingdom, then still part of the European Union, in the Czech Republic and in Greece. It's not easy to get all member states in the same direction. Here you see all member states show the same direction. If you go left from grassland to right intensive arable land, you see a decline of soil biodiversity in all three parameters that are shown here in this cartoon. So if you have intensive land use, so if you intensify the land use for food production, you decrease soil biodiversity, and you also decrease the multifunctionality provided by the soil biodiversity. So this cartoon shows the increase in wheat production since 1850 up to 2014 in the different member states of the EU and Russia. I don't know why Russia is there, because it's not part of the EU. It could have been actually, that would have been better these days, but okay. So, but you see that in all member states, wheat production is going up. So that's good, because people say, well, we have to feed the world. The problem is that when this production goes up, soil biodiversity goes down, soil multifunctionality goes down, and that's the problem that we have to solve. Another problem is that most of this wheat is used to feed animals and not to feed humans. So that's another thing that we are struggling with, of course. So what has happened in the past? We had soil physics and soil chemistry, and that research has resulted into a tremendous increase of yield. So now we bring soil biology on board, and then we realize that actually with the increase of yield that we have a decrease of soil biodiversity, and therefore a decrease of soil multifunctionality, and therefore also a decrease of soil resistance under climate stress. So what is the idea for the future? So we should give more emphasis to soil biology. And then the question is, can we go up in soil biodiversity under the same high intensity farming systems, or do we have to go to a lower intensity farming system approach in order to get back to this higher soil biodiversity with all the benefits of that? And that's really the challenge. So, but in order to solve that, we need a transformative change. So it's not only that the soil ecologists or the soil scientists should do a better job, or with the farmers. We need a change through the whole system, because it's not only soils that are just standalone and that the problem of soils can be solved on its own. So the problem is we have a linear agriculture which is highly dependent on external inputs which causes a lot of problems, especially in the more industrialized areas like the Netherlands and Belgium and the west part of Germany and Denmark. We have nitrogen problems. We have climate change. We contribute to that with arable farming systems. We have biodiversity loss and we have food insecurity. How bad can you make it? So what we want to have is food security. So that is why we need a more circular agriculture. I like the farm to fork strategy a lot, but it suggests a linear process, and I think we do need to make that circular. So from fork we have to go back to the farm with all our nutrients and so on. So luckily we have the EU soil strategy. I hope we will get the EU soil health law. We need to do quite a lot of things in order to make it work. To get it accepted. But we know that there is a broad coalition of stakeholders that wishes for a change. And only then we can go from these poor soils to rich soils. So we can restore soils and soil biodiversity. So this cartoon shows work that we did in the Netherlands, the EU Eco-Finders project, where we have abandoned land. Well, if you see these three magic circles, on these circles, all the soil biodiversity is plotted, and the green lines within the circles show the connections between the different components of soil biodiversity. The more lines, the thicker the lines, the more connections, so the more your soil biodiversity is connected. And you see that it takes at least 10 to 20 years or more in order to make this soil biodiversity connected. So restoration of soil community structure takes decades. So you can easily destroy a soil, but to get it back to restore it, it takes decades. So that's what you have to bear in mind. We can restore it, but it takes a long time. And then one thing, I would point at globalization. In 2008, there was a very interesting paper in Nature in February, which was called Ecology for Bankers, written by two ecologists, Bob May and Sam Levin, and then George Sigura, who's more an economist. And they pointed out that of the thousands of banks that we have worldwide, that only 66 banks account for 75% of all the economic transfers. And that 20 of these banks were highly connected. And they warned for if one of these banks would collapse, then we would have a system error. What happened? In September, Lehman Brothers collapsed, and we exactly had a demonstration of what is happening if you take out one bank from this connected system. Why do I tell this to you? Well, actually, if you are doing things locally, you have to realize that actually we are globally connected. So if we feed our cows and pigs and chicken here, then you have to realize that this feed comes from the Americas, from North America, from Brazil. And if we have a nitrogen problem, as we have in the Netherlands, with tractors on the highway and so demonstrating, you have to realize that the problems that we have in our nature reserves are due to the fact that we import the nitrogen, but we don't export the nitrogen. So we just let the nitrogen in our country, spoiling our nature. But not only that, we also spoil health. I see I have 10 seconds left, Ladislav, and that's enough to make some final remarks. So the best agricultural practices do not depend on a label. I have not been speaking about organic agriculture, regenerative agriculture, but it depends on how you affect the soil and the multifunctionality in a climate change resilient way. The farm to fork strategy suggests linear systems. It should be made circular. Restoring soil health in the EU requires a global transformative change. It's a lot, but that's reality, I think. And protecting soil biodiversity is crucial to counteract climate change. And I see that Claudia is back again, so just in time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wim. I am actually happy that we can work under stress and still adapt to the situation. That could be a good model for our dealing in the future in the Europe with soils and other ecosystems as well. So now Claudia Olazabal, and after, let's say, scientific background, let's go to the policy issues in soil and in linkages to the climate change adaptation and resilient landscapes. Claudia, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first thank the Czech Presidency very much, because this conference is coming at exactly the right time. We are developing the soil health law, we are developing the forest law, we have a massive agenda of restoration, so it's spot on the kind of discussion we need to have in Europe. So, and the Czech Republic has always been a very good ally in all these files, and Ladislav Miko himself personally. So I would, because there's a lot of things to discuss, I would just put you some torches here or there in my slides. One of the things I would like to say, it all starts, but not necessarily only, with the Green Deal. The Green Deal for the Commission is an economic agenda. It is a sustainable economic agenda. So it's how we can grow differently. And there are many things in the Green Deal. I would not get into all this. But one of the big things of the Green Deal is, for a different economy, for a different society in Europe, we need to massively mobilize nature. We need nature to come back into the business and massively work for us, be it for climate change mitigation, be it for biodiversity, be it for climate change adaptation. We need that big partner. But as Hans was saying this morning, our biggest allies, all these ecosystems, are not doing well. We have not been treating them well. So at the moment where we need them the most, they are not really ready to deliver, because their health and their functionality is hampered. So there we have, in the Green Deal, we talked about the biodiversity strategy. How can we restore nature so that nature helps us? Because without the massive machine of nature, we will not make it. So in the biodiversity strategy, there's a massive restoration agenda. And within there, we announced the soil strategy and the forest strategy, because in the land, those are our biggest allies, the soil ecosystems and the forest ecosystems, and both are not doing as well as they should. It was very important for us to anchor the soil strategy on the biodiversity strategy and not the farm to fork. It has been mentioned by Wim, the farm to fork. It's a very important strategy on the whole food supply chain, but we wanted the soil to be anchored on an ecological agenda. We wanted the soil to be seen as a living thing, because one of the things we learned from the past failures, and I will just get into a second in that, is that people are seeing soil as a static, physical-chemical machine. You put things in, things come out, you don't know very well what happens in there, and that showed that detachment of the public opinion on soil. So we really wanted to anchor soil and show this is a living organism composed by billions of organisms that are working night and day for us, and it needs to be seen within an ecological agenda. As it has also been said before, the EU soil strategy is linked to many policy areas, and as the EA has been saying for years, we will not achieve many of our objectives, which are already embedded in EU law, without protecting our soil. Yet our soil is not protected at EU level. There's no legislation. We tried, as you may know, in 2006, but we had a massive support of the European Parliament. The European Parliament has always been a big ally on having EU soil policy, but some member states, a blocking minority of member states, were not ready at that time to really allow action at EU level. But, so we withdrew that in 2014, we withdrew that proposal, but we thought this is the moment to come back. This is the moment to come back, not only because the urgency is there, but also because we realize that both in the public opinion and also in the member states, even those that were a bit more reluctant, the position was starting and has changed in the sense that the realization of the transboundary impacts of soil degradation were much clearer. Be it climate change, be it biodiversity, be it food security. So there, what I do with my soils, it actually has an impact on my neighbor, and what he does with his soils has an impact on me. One of the things we did a big open consultation for the soil strategy. I will just highlight one thing. When we said to the people, what do you think is the soil ecosystem that is most important for you? Of course, food security comes first. That's of no surprise there, and particularly now with the Ukraine war and the Ukraine invasion, the food security issue has come really up in the agenda. And the soil as being our machine to be always, as we are now, self-sufficient on food has become very, very apparent. But what I want to show you is the two others. So the first one is not surprising. The two others are more surprising. The water, the link with water. It came very close to the one of the food security. The biodiversity, hosting biodiversity, so the fact that soil is a living organism also started to become very close. And if you see, climate adaptation came even before climate mitigation, which normally scientists are very much on the link between soil carbon and mitigation efforts. Here the adaptation part came more apparent in the public's mind. Do you think, what's the importance of protecting soil? We have a massive reply of the importance of doing it at the EU level. And when we ask, do you think that the causes are sufficiently addressed, either at European, national or local level, massively people said the problem is not tackled enough. So soil degradation continues in the EU, not everywhere in the same manner, not everywhere at the same rate, and it's costing us money. It's costing us 50 billion euros, more than 50 billion euros per year to our economy. So we put together this soil package. We need to do a comeback on soil. It really is the right moment. It's of course a soil strategy with the law, but it's also data. We need to have better information. So it's the EU Soil Observatory. And the third thing is soil, the mission, Soil Deal for Europe, 1 billion euro put in there for research on soil, but also for putting practitioners in the center and making all the research knowledge, make it available for practitioners so that they can use it. And there are two colleagues here who are actually part of the soil mission. Just for the soil mission, there are 5 missions. The adaptation was mentioned this morning. And missions are things which we say, this is really challenges we need to crack. We need to do something societal. So the 5 missions are cancer, urban, smart cities, adaptation, oceans and soil. So we were very happy that we were in the league of societal challenges together as the cancer realization. So what do we want to do? Have healthy soils by 2050. We give ourselves a generation to have healthy soils in Europe by 2050. The huge nut to crack, and that's the challenge we have, how do we define soil health? And to be sure that soil health for us is a pragmatic definition, whereby we don't want to come back to pristine ages, because soils have been used for thousands of years in Europe, is a soil that can provide sufficiently the ecosystems it needs to provide. That's what a healthy soil is, a soil that functions and is doing well. So of course, we need to go for a law, but we would also need for all the types of measures, funding, and also voluntary measures, and I will get into those. One of the things, the key, and that's the topic of today, soil as a solution for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And we were saying it's more apparent, the link between soil and water, but really they are very intimately linked. And when we discuss soils and soil organic carbon, we discuss organic soils, so soils which are really, really rich in organic carbon and are huge sponges and are huge repositories of carbon. So we want those soils to keep being sponges and to keep the carbon they have. And we have the mineral soils, which is mostly you have you might not see it, but you will see it if you get the slides. Lighter blue. This is mostly mineral soils where we can increase by different practices, be it agriculture, forestry practices, the carbon that there is. So we want the soil to work as a sponge and very much regulate the water cycle, and we want the soil to really regulate the carbon cycle. the sponge, the water retention capacity of the soil, the sponge capacity of the soil has become very apparent for the public. Why? We've seen floods, and we saw terrible floods in Belgium last year, and the whole discussion was, how come we are sealing so much soil and the soil is not sponging anymore the water? We're going to get extreme storms, etc., and if the soil doesn't absorb that water, that it goes elsewhere. So and the same goes for droughts. Had the soil been carrying and really sponging the water when there was rain, the consequences would be lower. So the organic carbon is instrumental for the water retention capacity. Another thing that we are looking at in the strategy is the issue of land take. The issue of land take, so urban sprawl, doing highways and encroaching on natural soil, mostly the most fertile soils in the EU. This is very prominent in the media and is very prominent in the minds of the citizens. They see that the city is encroaching on the countryside or the highways, and the problem is that this is the area, spatial planning is the area where the EU has more limited competences given by the EU treaty. So we know that this is the problem where it's perhaps the most evident for people, but the one on which we can act less. The issue of land take and the issue of spatial planning. We cannot say to the member state, you have to have here a city, you have to have here agriculture. That is very difficult for the EU to do. But we can say, if you're going to seal the soil, don't seal the best soils. If you're going to seal, you need some infrastructure, do it where there is already infrastructure. Recycle brownfield sites, recycle all areas, so recycle land. And then, of course, the heart of the whole thing is making sustainable soil management. So we want the healthy soils to maintain healthy, and the ones who are not healthy to be restored. Sustainable soil management, so but that's not only for agriculture. It immediately is thought for agriculture, it's also for forestry, it's also for industrial soils, it's also for urban soils. And also, of course, preventing desertification, which is an increasing problem, not only in the south, also in the east of Europe. The CAP is a massive machine, and a massive machine with a huge impact on landscapes in Europe. It is most powerful. It has like 38% of the EU budget that goes into it, and it has a massive scale impact on the landscape. So there are things on sort, but what we've been seeing with member states is that this new CAP, there's more money for environment and for climate, undoubtedly, but there's also more freedom for member states to choose what they do with that money. And what we've been seeing, and it's public, so I'm not saying any secret, and you can see the letter of observations of the Commission to the CAP strategic plans, is that we were hoping that the CAP strategic plan would really do a quantum leap. And what we've seen is a timid transition at a pace which we thought this is not enough. So one of the things that I would like to highlight, and I'm sure Martin would dwell on this, is no transition would happen if we don't accompany the land users. So the advice and the training is fundamental. Anything we could do on paper would not happen until somebody on the ground makes it happen. And what we've seen in the CAP strategic plan is that the money provided to advice and training was really, really, really too low. Really too low to accompany the transition we were hoping. There's also things on information. We need better information on soil, and we need also using new technologies. We need also funding, that we've also mentioned, and we need societal engagement. We need soil literacy. And that I will just give you an example. On the soil strategy, we had around 2,000 people replying to our questionnaire. For the forest, we got roughly 18,000 people replying. When we were discussing the nature legislation refit, where there was a risk that we could water down, 500,000 people replied to the consultation saying, don't touch nature legislation. So it's much more present in the people, particularly species protection. When we did the deforestation regulation, which is trying to avoid deforestation outside of Europe, we had 1 million people replying. And the one of the record of all the replies in the Commission is the change of hours in the winter and the spring with 1.5 million people. And when we did the CAP reform, what we got in replies, 300 people replied to the reform of the CAP, mostly from umbrellas and organizations. So you see for us how difficult it is to break the glass wall in Brussels and get to involve citizens. The soil health law. So this is where we come. We come next year with the soil health law. It's a difficult text to do, of course, with the objective of healthy soils by 2050. There will be a bunch of definitions, not least what is a healthy soil in Europe, which is the hardest nut to crack, given the soil variability. We have issues of sustainable soil use, of course, restoration, of course, monitoring, program of measures and reporting. And we've just had the nature restoration law, which was adopted, and I have 5 seconds, so this is my last slide. Nature restoration law, massive agenda to restore ecosystems so that they can help our economy. It's in a nutshell this. 90% of the nature restoration law is to give a massive push to protected areas, to the habitats that are protected in the EU. So massive push for getting better our protected areas. So that's one chunk of the restoration agenda. And then we also go out of the protected areas to the heavily managed, so forest, agroecosystems, and marine, which are heavily managed on a daily basis. And there, what we are asking the member states is to constantly improve their health of those heavily managed ecosystems. So therefore, we really need, as said before, to massively mobilize nature, because without it and without its capacity to heal and its capacity to make our systems, and economic and social systems, more resilient, we will not make it. I would be very happy to reply to your question. Thank you.
Many thanks, Claudia, also for keeping the time. Fantastic. So we have full 30 minutes for discussion, and now, surprisingly, I will first turn to those who didn't speak yet. And I will start with Katarina. We heard that important part of the managing soil is to knowing enough about the soil itself. You have been leading some projects and participating in others in the last pretty long period already. My first question is, if we want to employ soil in building resilient landscapes, for example, bringing it back to function, because it seems to me from what was said that we don't need that much adapt the soil, we just need to allow soil to do the job. Do we have actually metrics? Do we already know how to measure if we are successful in this effort? I mean, do we have the elements which allow us to follow the progress?
Yeah, I think in our research projects, we always, as a researcher, we say we don't have enough data, but that's not really true, because we have lots of data. We have lots of data what's happening when we are using different types of management. There's a huge bank of long-term experiment across Europe, and here in the Czech Republic there are also some very, very old ones, over 100 years, where we can actually follow this development of the soils over time and with comparisons in a scientific way. And these are gold mines. So this is, I'm urging, please make sure that the data for these can be valid, public, and open accessible to everyone. And we have then used all these long-term data sets to work on management issues, and we can say, yeah, we know that it's what's going to happen with the organism, so we can promote more functions if you have a more diversified crop rotation, if you tillage less, if you have maybe a crop rotation with some perennial crops, maybe like legumes or grasses in the crop rotation. That makes a huge difference. And how then to get this to be taken up by the farmers is to show them the values of this. Having a healthy soil will give an economic value to the farmer that will increase. So with lower impact, lower inputs, they can actually increase the outputs. So still, by being quite intensive, I'd say they can get a more environmental friendly farming by addressing the soil health.
Saying that, what was a unifying line of all the three of you was that we have a problem in farming, and particularly intensive farming. I think this is probably apparent. My question is this the only problem we have with soil, or are there also other areas where we have to look at when we speak about always bringing it back to the substance of this conference, which is the adaptation?
Yeah, I think for making a transformation for adaptation and mitigation or climate change, we need also to use the names in the different types of ecosystems. So for farming, if we talk about carbon credits with a farmer, they feel this is not really my playground. But if we talk about soil health, then they understand. And if we talk about the forestry, a forest owner, we should talk about the long life of the forest soils and how to promote them and not to take all the carbon away from the soils, as you can do if you have intensive if you take all the stumps and everything away. I'm not sure of the terms here, but I think it's a key thing that we see that we look at this as a system perspective and use the naming to enable the uptake of the management then to create the transformation. And I think today in research we much more focus on how to create the uptake and how to find the barriers of the uptakes rather than looking at the numbers.
Thank you very much. I have to explain probably that we have one free chair here. The one member of our panel is unfortunately not present, Luca Marmo from European JRC, where actually a lot of this data work at the European level is done, and where I can invite all of you to have a look about what is actually available and publicly available. But unfortunately, he was injured, and today he is spending time instead with us in a hospital in Italy, so I'm passing just like greetings to him and wishing the soon recovery and apologizing his not presence here. Martin, you are on the one side very active participants of one interesting project which is developing the soil issues in the Czech Republic, basically what we already heard. But at the same time, you are the one who is implementing the things in your farm. So I will ask first about the practical implementation. Do you really feel already the changed conditions for doing things right, or it is more personal conviction and push that you want to do it? What is actually, is the legal framework, the subsidies, whatever, supportive to that, or it is more about being convinced and educated in this area?
Well, when I finished university, I was frustrated how the environment on the South Moravian looked like. So I simply want to change the country by my way. That was first motivation. It was great, so it motivated me a lot, and then I ran it on large scale, and within 5 years I get a real result that I see the soil is getting healthier each year, and after 5 years it was significant. And this my personal attachment. I later used my experience in NGO organization Nadace Partnerství, which ran a great project, Living Soil, and we share my experience with other landowners, farmers, etc.
Okay, so what you say, it looks more like you can do it if you really wish, but it's not something what will be as a issue which is generally pushed by the legal framework yet.
Yes, it is. We, as the society, now that the soil is degraded, that the nature and the landscape is destroyed by our history, we know what we should do, but the change is not implemented. And we were thinking about what we can do so that the change became a reality on large scale, and we decided to be advisor for the landowners, because there are 3 million people, 3 million Czech citizens who own the land, but on the Czech territory 75% of the soil is rented. So the farmer is not the person who is the farmer is using this land, but is not owning this land, and that's maybe the main reason of the problems with the soil health in the Czech Republic.
In other words, you are trying to bring owners to demand from the managers that they behave responsibly.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's not a bad idea. Claudia, I will just follow on what Martin just said. If the important element of getting things happen in the real life is the, let's say, willingness or conviction of farmers about the approach. Is this strategy developed by European Commission also thinking about the, let's say, this educational and informational element? Is it in it?
I think what a big part of the farmers or the foresters community is quite change averse. I mean, there are pioneers, and Martin and young farmers are pioneers, but it's a fairly conservative and community that needs support, financial support, and needs also personal support. So we can put at European level the frame. But the kind of advice that is needed at that local level needs to come from the local level. They would not necessarily listen to what we say. They would listen to. I always put the Irish. They have a very good advisory service in Ireland. And Pat Murphy comes, and Pat Murphy is like the doctor of that. They will trust him, his advice. They know he knows his holding. They know he knows what his family or her family need, and it really is very personal advice which we cannot provide at EU level. But what we can certainly provide is the means, the framework, the knowledge, so that can be passed at a much more local level. And that kind of transition would happen if we all, at all levels, administrative levels, put the system in place so that this transition can kick on the ground, and have people like Martin, and there are others like Martin, that can really play the ambassadors in their community. Mm-hmm. I just put an example, and I will leave it there. We went to Germany, and there was this farmer. He had a huge farm, 1,000 hectares, and he had put strips, flower strips for the biodiversity. But in every strip, he had put a big banner saying, "I'm doing this for biodiversity," because he thought my neighbors are going to think that I'm reckless. I'm leaving this without management. That I don't know how to handle my land. That I'm a bit not a serious farmer. So I'm telling them, I know what I'm doing. I'm actually doing this on purpose, and this is for biodiversity. So the peer pressure in those communities of how the others think about you is extremely, extremely intense.
Okay, now I have a question for all of three of you. So let's start with Wim. He didn't speak too long, and then Katarina and Martin. We were saying that we need to do something in order to get the soil back, to store carbon, to deliver, all the ecosystem functions, and to deliver food and feed, which most of people in Europe expect from the soils, and probably materials, because we should not forget that soil is not only in agri areas, but also under forest and protected areas and whatever. Now, my question is, if you had 2 minutes and had to say what are the most important elements of what should be practically done, what will be your answer? And I know it's impossible to say in short, but in political debate, this is probably the most common way how the things are disputed. So probably, let's say, the most important elements to make soils function for climate change adaptation and for the resilient landscapes in Europe. Wim.
So I think the first thing is, and I support Claudia with that there should be independent advice. because people say farmers know their soils and they know what's good for their soils. I doubt that. If you think about soil multifunctionality, this is something which farmers do not have well, they have not been well educated in that. So I would say knowledge transfer, that's one thing. The other thing is that we have to have a discussion with farmers that you cannot just have a production process that is leaking all kind of nasty compounds like nitrogen to the groundwater, to the through the atmosphere to the nature reserves, and also greenhouse gases. So there has to be a discussion with the farmers because they feel themselves misacknowledged, and I think they are under severe pressure. But something is wrong with the farming systems, especially if you just take the trajectory of doing intensive food and feed production on a relatively small amount of land, which has been the push for the past 50 years. This does not bring the solution because the agricultural land is spreading all kinds of uneasy components to, for example, nature reserves. The third thing is we should not only talk with farmers, but we should also talk with banks, supermarkets, but also customers, because, well, for example, I'm growing pears myself as a hobby farmer. I have pears that have not been sprayed. Nobody wants these pears because there are some marks of pathogens on the pears. But if you look at the biological pear, that has been sprayed with copper over and over again throughout the year. So people don't realize what is just a fruit or a food that has not been used, treated with chemicals. So we should also educate society, so that the audience, the wider audience. And by doing so, I think, and that's almost my 2 minutes, I think we have to, this three-dimensional complex spiderweb where the farmers are in, we have to release them from those pressures. And the banks play an important role. We as humans play an important role. If you have the choice, Ladislav, to buy in a supermarket a fruit, and you can have a nicely well-looking fruit without any marks, and you can have one with marks. I guess that you will buy the good-looking one, eh? Even you. And so we have to educate ourselves as well in how does food look like when it is being produced without chemicals. So in 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, generally you are right, but I am now trying to have my own fruits. I mean, this is the best way. Katarina.
Yeah, the first thing I would like everyone to acknowledge is that it takes time. I mean, we have a political system where CAP is running for 6 years, is it? Yeah. And that is way too short for a soil to develop. So we should be embracing the fact that changing soil, increasing soil health take 10 years, maybe 20 years. I think you've been really, really good in making your change in 5 years, but you put a lot of effort into that. And then I think, secondly, we should also help by advice acknowledging the values of soil health in the business of the farmers and of the forestry people, because in business, on the business side, they are used to looking at long-term investments or short-term investment. That's a kind of normal practice. But in nature, we know that nature, I mean, the soil change in the forest and agricultural land doesn't really, they are not really that different. But we, in a forest system, we know that it is a slow system. It has a generation time of 60 or 100 years time. And in agriculture, we take the crops every year and we think that the soil system might respond as quickly, but it doesn't, because it's the same organism in them, just have a bit different names. So I think we should embrace the time scale of the processes, make sure that the incentives that are made are really long-term and that there are long-term support, but because if we give short-term support to the farmers or the foresters, they would not see the end result, and they think maybe this is not worth it, and the politicians will change their minds.
Many thanks. Martin, what is your recipe?
Well, companies which provide agriculture machines or pesticides has a network of field advisors for the farmers, and they advise them how to get maximum yields in intensive farming. There are, on the other hand, European subsidies to improve soil, improve landscape, stop degradation of soil, and provide countryside teeming with life, but farmers are not using these subsidies because they are not aware about it, they are maybe too complicated for them, and so on. At the beginning of our project, we wanted to advise to the landowners. We thought that it will be citizens, but there are not citizens, there are also farmers who contacted us because they are not aware, they feel that they want to farm better, but they don't know what to do. So there should be a network of local field advisor also for farmers.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm very happy that it fits together what you are saying from different perspectives, and I have a question which will also use one of the most popular questions in SLIDO. When I am asked about what to do apart of setting up the legal framework, which is important, setting up the financial flows, which is important, educating and distributing the knowledge, which is equally important, I'm saying at the end, probably the most important is just to remember that soil can be working if it is alive, and it can be alive if there is enough organic matter in it, because this is the energy source actually for all organisms in the soil. But except of the energy, we need the organisms themselves, which requires the good quality landscape structure in order to allow the organisms to reinvade, if you wish, the degraded soils. And we have a question that one of the potential approaches which can address all this, but also the climate change, and I would say both mitigation and adaptation, are the agroforestry systems. The question is what we can do about introducing and promoting agroforestry systems. So first question to any of you, do you believe that this is the right way to go, or one of the right ways to go? And second, what is missing maybe in the policy or in the other areas to implement it? I see Katarina first taking...
I think there's a belief that if you do one thing, you can change your soil. I usually say we have a basket of management for the different crops or forests you want to produce, and agroforestry is one of these management systems. And if you then between your tree lines would manage your soil very intensively, it doesn't really make sense. So you need to have multiple applications of management systems to actually create this change. So.
Wim?
So now I speak as a farmer. I bought a piece of land and I have agroforestry, regenerative agriculture, strip agriculture. The yield this year was tremendously high, without just putting in chemicals or hardly of them. The problem is that if you have these systems, you should also have people who buy your goods, and the machinery should be adapted on those systems. So I think yes, agroforestry could be interesting, but then you have to embed it in a whole producer-consumer approach. The same is with food forest. We do a lot of experiments with food forest, but also there the question is how can you sort of implement these systems in such a way that they are practical, and that is not only hobby work that should be invested there to get the stuff out. So yes, so I do believe in that, but we have to learn from practical experiences of farmers who play around with it.
Mm-hmm. Second farmer, what is your knowledge or approach to?
From the Czech point of view, agriculture is old growing system, under a new name, but due to our history, it happened that current farmers cannot imagine a tree on the field, so it has to be also changed their mind, and farmers are very conservative, so I think it will be a long way to change it, but I think it is we should do it.
Yeah, okay, they cannot imagine, but I am afraid that they even cannot do it because it would be illegal. Do we have the legal framework which allows for using, for example, agroforestry?
Yes, and the Commission has been supporting agroforestry also already for some time, and we changed the definition in the CAP so that there will not be this horrible rule of the 100 trees, that if you had 100 trees you would not be able to get direct payments, so everybody cut the tree to get their direct payments. So we said, oh no, this was actually not what was intended, so we took out that terrible rule that actually caused the death of many trees. So we are promoting, but we see that there's not a lot of uptake, and that we have also the pledge to plant 3 billion trees, 3 additional billion trees by 2030, and agroforestry was in one of the places where we want to plant them. But it's what Martin is saying, it's an element of complexification. It is more complicated if you have trees than if you don't have trees. And it does require, and it's not a big adaptation, but it does require an adaptation. So there is a change barrier. And what we see also in the farming community, and that has been shown by behavioral science articles, that they will do something like this, even for less money, provided that the others do it. So there's an issue of finding a critical mass in those communities that the norm will change. The norm will change. The norm will not be that we have a field completely clean so the machinery can go up and down without any. The norm would be that you have a bit of a more complex agricultural plot, and then people would really massively join.
In other words, once it will be mainstream, the many other will add there to be part of it. Okay, we are at the end of our session and have 4 minutes and 4 speakers, so it's clear that each of you has a minute to answer my last question, which is the most popular question from SLIDO as well, and I am sure this is valid not only for the soil, but the question is, we have identified many solutions. Why is implementation lagging behind? Why we still opt for monocultures instead of diversifying activities in landscape, using all other approaches, etc.? So your, let's say, advice in 1 minute. Why we are lagging behind? What is the barrier which needs to be taken away? Martin.
Landowners are not motivated to require the change from the farmers, and the farmers are too conservative to do any change. So it must be the change of the mind on both parties.
Thank you. Katarina?
Yeah, I agree. We need to change the opinions and need to challenge the uptake of the management solutions, and that can be done by having farmers, as you are in your region, that can showcase how they can do this, maybe without incentives, because they think they are getting higher productivity and more resilience. And I think what we can also show is with a healthy soil, we have a high insurance value to extreme weather. And that, I think, actually something we can communicate much higher, much more, to get the transformation done.
Perfect, thank you. Wim?
I think it's not cool. It doesn't pay enough, and it takes time. You have to educate the new generation. Have you ever been sitting on a big tractor? Then you know this is cool. But then if you just are sitting on a small tractor, you find yourself a loser. So we have to make that cool. It's very simple.
Thank you, Wim. Claudia?
What we need to realize is that it's not only the farm level. I mean, what we see for monocultures is that it's a specialization of a whole region or half of the region. When we see the olive tree plantation, there's millions of hectares in Spain. Changing this, it's changing the whole economy of a certain region or sub-region, because it's been specialized enormously to that. And all the food chain and the supply chain and the cooperatives, etc., are all geared to that monoculture. So that level of specialization requires breaking that level of specialization, and it could be wheat, could be maize, could be olive oil. It means many actors in the chain and in the region needs to change. So it's not only the farmer. The farmer sometimes feels a bit overwhelmed, but he cannot only change it and all their neighbors don't. So there needs to be, and that's also the farm to fork touch to it, everybody in the chain needs to get what was saying. We have everybody in the food chain, all the actors up until the fork need to be involved and understand what are the constraints of those that came before.
Including reducing the meat consumption, as I see in another question, but we don't have time for it. So let me to summarize and thank to my panelists. First of all, my understanding is that we all consider legal framework, including for the soil, as important, but it will not work alone. What we need to do is a lot of work with minds of people to implement the proper solutions, not only for soil yields, but also for soil health and for the functionality of our ecosystems, which I believe will support also the overall goal which we discussed today here, and which is the resilient landscapes. We do have two sorts of large-scale managers of the countryside, and these are farmers and foresters. And we should not forget that without them we will not manage to actually get change in our landscape and to get the full functionality. And I believe that with that section which just ended, we made a soil a great sponge for the next session, which will be about the water. And I am thanking to all my panelists, Martin Smetana, Katarina Hedlund, Wim van der Putten, and Claudia Olazabal, and I'm passing to my colleague Michal Nekvasil for next session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon now. Big congratulations to our soil colleagues for an extremely interesting panel and for even being able to keep up to the time. We'll try to do the same. And let's start straight away with the panel. Let me first introduce our distinguished panelists. We'll start our discussion once again with our Commission colleague, Willem Jan Goossen, who is not only representing DG Klima, but also he is to a certain extent representing one of the member states, the Netherlands. Then we'll move to Jane Medwick, who is representing here Wetlands International, and we'll progressively move to solutions, as well as in our Czech context with Iva Buvková of National Park Šumava. We do have, and I'm very pleased, also another representative of member states, that is Ernst Überreiter from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Regions and Water Management of Austria. And finally, on the side of solutions and project implementers, we have Paul Chatterton representing here Waterlands project, financed also by the European Union. So without further delay, let me start with by giving the floor to Willem Jan Goossen for his opening presentation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me here, the Czech Presidency, for organizing this conference. Very interesting. In this session on water, I will have one central message. We need to restore the sponge function of the landscape all over Europe. And we can achieve this by taking simple but effective steps, restoring natural processes in our soils, in our waters, and in our ecosystems. And I will address three questions. Why do we need to restore the sponge function? How can we retain water in the landscape? And what does the European Union do to support this restoration? So, yeah, I mean, it was presented this morning, but I think the graphs over last summer are really impressive. We had the warmest summer on record, and there's a lot more happening, of course. And we also have a very extreme drought. And I think it was like Mr. Brownings already said this morning, not unexpected, but it's there, and it's only the beginning. Because we know we are only at 1 degree Celsius, and if we do everything we can, hopefully we will limit it to 1.5 or 2 degrees. But then this is going to be the new normal. So, what should we do? For that, I want to spend a couple of minutes on the hydrological cycle, because climate system and the water system, and most of you know, are very much interrelated. So climate change is change in the water cycle. And often, we know the sea ice is melting, glaciers is melting, it's getting warmer, we get more rainfall, etc. So this hydrological cycle is often well known. But what we often forget is that the hydrological cycle is much larger. Because it's true that warmer air has more vapor, so there's more intensity of rainfall. And that's true. And we have longer periods of no precipitation. And with higher temperatures, more evaporation, which make these severe droughts like we witness. But there's much more going on, and that is often overseen, which is in the soil. And the fact is that what we see nowadays on floods and droughts is already a result of the disturbance in this hydrological cycle. And it might, the trends are that it even gets worse, so reversing the trends is the big challenge. Healthy soils play an important role because they soak up lots of water. Some of it is taken by plants, and some of it percolates deeper into aquifers. And this groundwater wells up, feeds springs and streams. So in a normal system, there's much more water to evaporate from the saturated grounds, transpire through plants. And as a result, during heat waves, we have lower temperatures, and we also have more consistent rainfall over large areas. There are experts in the hall, I know they know much more about it, but this is all part of a natural hydrological cycle. However, we influence it quite substantially and cut trees, we plough our grasslands, and we expose the soil. And as a result of that, heavy rain falls on barren land and you get compaction. And this is very technical, but in the end it starts to understand why we are depriving our aquifers of water. Because the water stays on the soil, streams off on the surface and takes along the topsoil, which is the most healthy part for where we can grow on vegetables and etc. And as a result, after the drought, the little water which is there evaporates, and you have a very dry and solid, compact ground. And so in that way, we have changed a lot, but not only the soil, but also our water systems. If you go up into the river basins in the very small streams, nowadays they are often channelized, they are broader, they are deeper. We introduced a lot of drainage, by drainage pipes and by having all kinds of systems. So as a result, the water disappears out of the landscape, and we have a flood drought system. And just as an example, I heard recently that where it takes in some landscapes about 3 weeks before a raindrop fell on the ground and streamed into the ocean, nowadays it can be in 1 day. So it's like a highway for water, but it all disappears from our landscape. So what can we do to reverse this trend? There are a lot of small steps we can take, but they are very important. And they need to be taken both on the soil, both in the water system, but also in our nature areas. And I like to mention specifically wetlands as well, because wetlands are often overseen, and the next speaker will for sure address that topic. But wetlands are a very important link between the water system, or they are part of the water system, but also the landscape and the soil. And by restoring them, by reconnecting the wetlands, restoring Netherlands in the first place, the wetlands, because more than 90% of our wetlands in Europe disappeared. I think Mr. Brownings already had a slide this morning on that as well from the Danube River. So we have to connect them, we have to plant cover, reduce the tillage, replant hedges, and we have to reduce the drainage. Taking out drainage hoses and slowing down the water is a very good investment. You see here a lot of all type of things you can do. Fill in ditches, river valley restoration is also a very important one. Often you see that in restoration of rivers, one tends to focus on the stream itself, while the whole valley needs to be involved and needs to become more natural, more the sponge function of both the valley, but also the soils, so all the agricultural soils and the nature soils. By increasing the carbon content, the water will soak more easily into the soil, but at the same time it will also help for climate mitigation. Carbon sequestering is a very important element of reducing climate change as well. So there's a huge potential if we start repairing it on a landscape base, but also on a very large scale. I think we don't have the time to have a slow process of scaling up. We know there are a lot of experience with doing it. It's not rocket science, but we need to collect all the lessons we have learned and we are still learning. And as a result of that, also biodiversity will increase. So there is a lot of, you see here some pictures, for example, of where they brought in soil in an existing stream. And as a result, all of a sudden, the riparian forest started to function again. There was infiltration of water. And as a result, the flood and the drought problem in this area has really decreased. So these are very good examples. And there are also a lot of guidances in this field. And also here I show you a picture from my home country, the Netherlands, but where in the south we have a few hills, and this is the hilly part of the Netherlands. They have a whole plan. They are really implementing measures to transform from the peasant landscape to a more resilient landscape. And they look at the water system by bringing in dead wood, bringing in sediment, but connecting to the river valley like I said before, but also like having hedges or transforming barren country like more covered by plants, by mulching. This is all good examples, and okay, and the third point is, what does the European Union do? We have a lot of policies, a lot of them have been presented this morning. The EU Adaptation Strategy is an important one. We are very much connected. I'd like briefly to mention, apart from the ones you can read here and mentioned before, that the Water Framework Directive and the Flood Directive are very supportive to this approach. There are also guidances developed by member states and the Commission together, also on how to prepare for climate change in your river basin management plan, but also on wetlands, for example, because wetlands are very well recognized as being very important for having healthy water systems, both surface water and groundwater. And then I go to my last slides. Apart from policies, there's a lot of support from the EU on programs and funds. Horizon Europe was mentioned, the 3 missions. Clara and others already mentioned the 3 missions. Interestingly, they also have a call now at this moment, which is open for another 2 weeks, which is exactly on restoring the sponge function of the landscape. So this is one example of how we support this transition. And LIFE, of course, and the European Drought Observatory on Resilience and Adaptation is also instrumental. And then I get to my final, but this was mentioned, but also there's a lot of information there on Climate Adapt and a lot of reports, good work of the European Environmental Agency. So this is my final slide. I hope I explained well why restoration of the sponge function in Europe is so important. Nature-based solutions and a river basin approach should be central in that. We need to restore to the soil to make it healthy, but also groundwater and freshwater ecosystems, including total reconnection to wetlands, or as far as possible. We need to cooperate. I think this was explained this morning also by several speakers. It's very important, and know that we try to support this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. I have to say that William is also one of the godfathers of this conference. So without further delay, let me pass the floor to Jane Medwick of Wetlands International, and let me once again refer you to the biographies that you have received of all the speakers if you want to know a bit more on impressive CVs of our speakers. Jane, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here in this excellent and very timely conference, and what I'm going to be talking about is why wetlands are so essential for climate resilient landscapes. So as we've just heard, wetlands play all kinds of vital roles in the landscapes, and essentially there are many kinds of wetlands. Wherever water meets land, there are wetlands. We have lots of different names for wetlands, such as bogs, marshes, floodplains, seagrass beds, glaciers even. And these are essentially not just special places or sites, these are interconnected, functioning ecosystems. They are, in essence, the water systems of our landscapes. And they play vital roles in sustaining the water cycle, the carbon cycle, and the nutrient cycle. And they influence these processes like sedimentation and delivering a whole range of benefits. So why they're essential for climate adaptation is largely because of this sponge factor. They are the water stores, and they store and release and regulate the water as it passes downstream, also improving the water quality. As well as on the coast, they provide a buffer against rising storms. So it's increasingly seen that wetlands back in better condition are vital for climate adaptation. So what is the condition of our wetlands? As we've already heard, we've lost most of them around the world, and most of our freshwater biodiversity, more than 80%, has recently been lost, the last decades. Europe is no exception, and wetlands are amongst the most threatened kinds of ecosystems in Europe. So compared with the last slide, it doesn't take a genius to realize if we've lost most of the wetlands, we've lost most of these ecosystem services that they should be providing us. So it's increasingly recognized that getting wetlands back in good condition is central. It's central to climate adaptation as well as mitigation. Wetlands support 40% of our global biodiversity, so we must restore them. But they're also underpinning sustainable development. So they are a nexus ecosystem. I think it's interesting that Ibrahim Chow, who's Secretary General of the United Nations Convention on Desertification and Land Degradation, spent a lot of time looking at what we can do in the dry lands. This year he's calling for restoration of water ecosystems as a really key strategy for sustainable land management. So what do we need to do? As William-Jan has already emphasised, it's about reconnecting in the landscape. So it used to be that all these kinds of wetlands were very connected together and with the wider catchment, but they've become fragmented and disconnected. So if we want to increase the sponge capacity of our landscape, we have to reconnect. And if you need to control the degree and the impact of flooding downstream, the best thing you can do is work with those landowners and managers upstream to reduce the drainage and increase the infiltration into the soils, rather than pour more concrete and just try and defend the area. So connecting these water systems in our landscape is critical for resilience. And this is something which I think in the EU nature restoration law is mentioned, but insufficiently backed up with measures so far. Secondly, I want to mention that it really makes sense to focus on peatlands in Europe. Europe sadly gets the prize for the highest level of degradation of peatlands of all the continents. And this is drainage for agriculture and forestry as well as peat extraction. And it's the second largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions from drained peatlands. So it really has a big responsibility to reverse this. And what we know, many good examples, by re-wetting peatlands, we can not only capture that carbon permanently, but we can also bring good climate adaptation benefits through re-wetting. We can improve the water retention, we can reduce the likelihood of fires, and of course we can restore biodiversity. But sadly, only a fraction of the 12 million hectares of peatlands in Europe are being restored currently, and globally we need to restore 50 million hectares by 2050 for climate neutrality. So it's a huge re-wetting programme that we need. So let's look at Scotland. Many countries like Scotland are looking at their peatlands as a valuable natural carbon pool and investing in their restoration. So there's a £250 million fund put up to restore peatlands, which is a big chunk of Scotland, 1.4 million hectares, 80% of which are degraded. What they're finding is that there are very good water retention benefits from this, and even benefits to the hydropower because of the slower, longer release of water. But what they're also realising is that they need £15 billion to actually do the job. So, as has been said, we need systemic landscape approaches. We need to connect business opportunities together with what governments can do, together with the visions of the communities. And we need frameworks to help us bring this together across whole landscapes. The 4 returns approach that we've worked with Common Land and the Landscape Finance Lab offers a systematic approach to this. We also need innovation. Not every peatland can be restored to a natural condition where natural processes can take over. So measures like paludiculture, or the productive land use of wet and re-wetted peatlands, this can actually take up 25% of the carbon storage that's needed in peatlands in Europe. instead of paying farmers or rewarding farmers for continuing to drain peatlands, it would be possible to incentivize conversion to productive uses of sedges and mosses and reeds, for example. But this needs some ambitious targets, and we need to overcome the planning and the market disincentives. What we have found through our work in Wetlands International, in the most successful landscape restoration programs like this one in Indonesia that the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is highlighting, is that multidisciplinary collaboration is absolutely key to success. So in this particular example, we found it necessary to bring together the best international cutting-edge science with the local commitment and innovation of the villages along this former mangrove coast. To bring those together and to support that with ecologists and engineers working hand in hand in designing hybrid infrastructure solutions. What is key for the long term is that we put communities in charge, in the centre of the design and implementation from the beginning. And now the programme is finished, they're continuing to manage this landscape for their future. Apart from landscape solutions, I want to mention local solutions. So the Green Deal is investing in 3 billion trees being planted. How about 3 billion ponds being restored? You know, this would really bring something back to the landscape for biodiversity, climate and water. Local communities are taking this into their own hands, such as this example in Norfolk, where they're working with local authorities and universities to restore 8,000 ponds and bringing back valuable biodiversity and water sources in the landscape within just a few years. We talk about upscaling, but the reality is we can't just throw enormous sums at a landscape and hope that it will land well. What we learned through our work is that there are steps in this process which need investment. First, we need to inspire. We need to create societal demand, as was said by our farmer earlier. Then we need to enable action. We need to create the conditions for upscaling. And only then is it possible to invest large amounts and for transform policies to really hit the ground. My last slide. So what do we need to upscale wetland recovery? We need ambitious targets. Actually, I think the next climate COP ought to have pledges and commitments for reversing and ending drainage, like we had for deforestation in the last COP. That would be an enormous contribution. We need these ambitious targets for re-wetting right through the conventions and national plans. We need to combine public and private finance to invest in multiple objectives across landscapes. But to make this hit the ground, we also need to really invest in the whole of society approach. And we need to enable innovation. The EU Green Deal, I would say, is a once-in-a-generation golden opportunity to really connect nature, climate, water together across Europe, and through that influence what's happening in the rest of the world. And I think there are some very exciting intersectoral partnerships, communities of practice coming together in Europe, which will support that action can happen here quickly. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Jane, for your super interesting intervention, and indeed we'll do our very best to use this golden opportunity of European Green Deal, because who knows what the coming decades have for us. I'll now put on my other hats, that is also the head of the European Commission DG Climate Action, where I have a pleasure to work on adaptation, and also my local hat, that is one of the implementers of the model called Living Landscape, or Živá krajina in Czech. And I'll kick off the discussion, turning to our other panelists, that it's Eva, Ernst and Paul, with the following question. Both Jane and William underlined the importance of sponge function, of restoring sponge function, or of water retention on the whole surface of the landscape. Now, what is your perspective? What is your experience, the Czech experience, the Austrian experience, and the point of angle of finance research? What are the common elements for successful projects? And once again, what are the obstacles for making it happen? Eva. Microphone. It's on.
It's on, huh? Thanks. According to our experience, for example, in the Czech Republic, there are many projects, restoration projects focused on wetlands and water retention in the landscape. Very important are projects which are focused on the complex of soil and vegetation, but there are still there is still high proportion of restoration projects dealing with construction of small water bodies in the landscape without reconnection of the key hydrological structures you were speaking about. And there is the restoration of these natural hydrological structures is very important, and it is necessary at present. It seems that there are a lot of implementing projects focused on restoration of springs and wetlands and streams, but many of them, or majority of them, are small-scaled. They are restricted, only as fragments. They are restricted mainly on state-owned land, and and in real situation, the implementation of this restoration is highly limited by land ownership. And how to improve this situation? One reason of it is that, of course, land owners and land users have low motivation to permit the restoration projects on their own land. Because of low motivation, lack of information, and what we need are very good and strong data which can help us to explain how restoration of these hydrological structure can give benefits for these stakeholders. I mean that yes, restoration of wetlands and streams can avoid the damages caused by climate externalities, and in the end and finally they can increase production and success of these farmers and foresters, and I think very important is to improve and to invest to good to quality of applied research which give us this type of data. This is one suggestion, and the second suggestion is we need quantification of our goals on national and regional levels, and we need to state minimal proportion of streams, of wetlands and springs which should be restored for certain period, and to incorporate this quantification to policy and to financial instruments and so on.
Thank you very much, Eva. Indeed, springs, water streams and wetlands, yeah, it's one of the holy trinities that we need to take care of. Ernst?
Thank you, Michael. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay, fine. First of all, it's an honor to speak here in this very important conference for designing climate-resilient landscapes. Thanks to the Presidency, to the Czech Presidency, for inviting us also here, and with me for the Ministry, to talk on my daily focus work. So the specific focus is on water bodies, to be honest. It's rivers, lakes, which are important landscapes as landscape elements in Austria, but also all over Europe. Especially rivers are highly degraded now all over Europe due to anthropogenic uses. So we have flood protection measures, hydropower production, or shipping, for example. So rivers are very much degraded today. And our main strategic instruments we have in Europe is the Water Framework Directive, for example, and the Floods Directive with the planning instruments. So these are the river basin management plans that have to be developed by the member states, and also the flood risk management plans. Both together are very powerful planning instruments with programs of measures that have to be implemented, and we have to reach the good status for all water bodies in Europe until 2027 at latest. Important measures for rivers can be, for example, river continuity, but also the reconnection of wetlands and of old river stretches that are now felt dry already, but shall be reconnected. Side arms of the rivers shall be connected to the main streams. And there the principle is always to give more room to the rivers. This is not only a benefit for the ecological system that is then working again, but also for flood protection and also for the sponge function of the soils around. So more room to the rivers, and the priority shall be given, at least in Austria, this is also enshrined in the flood protection implementation. The priority should be given to nature-based solutions whenever possible. Our ministry supports restoration measures for rivers with 200 million euros until 2027, and we have additional funding out of diverse other funds, for example the Biodiversity Fund or the Rural Development Funds. One lighthouse example we have of an integrative planning to restore rivers for ecological flows and ecological river restoration, but also for flood protection, is our LIFE project funded by the European Union, IRIS. And there we have 600 river kilometers in 7 project areas that were addressed or that are addressed with this combined planning approach with 16.5 million euros, and of course with great support of the European Union in this case.
Thanks a lot, Ernst. Paul, what is your take on this sponge function, besides others from the research and financial perspective?
Well, thanks, Mikko, and congratulations to you and the Czech Presidency and the EU on this. It is an honour to be here. Let's look at the money. Where does the money go? At the moment, it's continuing to go into water abstraction, into hydro development, into infrastructure, into monoculture agriculture. And the CAP is continuing to support that, among other things. So how do we turn that around? We've got some exciting projects here, really exciting, but they're still small scale. They're trying to get to landscape scale, but they're doing it in different ways. We're on the right track. How do we take the work that we're now starting to do and take it up to that industrial scale of investment that exists for monoculture agriculture or hydro or so on? How do we get it to the $100 million scale? That's the challenge. So that's what we're looking at with the Waterlands program, which is a really exciting collaboration. Wetlands International is part of that, 32 organisations. 21 sites. We've got 6 sites where we're actively testing how to scale up restoring, and 15 other sites, some of the best examples of restoration around Europe. How do we learn from each other to get to scale? One part of the solution is agreeing on a common methodology. And we've taken on the for returns framework that Jane mentioned in her presentation as a simple standard way to go about doing the landscape approach, just five steps. So I'd encourage you to take a look at that. The second part is to think about not just public sector money, but private sector money. How do we make this really profitable for those landscapes and the people in those landscapes? In Ireland, there's a whole lot of very exciting peatland restoration programs going on, but they're small, tens, hundreds, maybe thousands of hectares. There's 700,000 hectares of peatland that can be restored, 114 million tonnes of carbon emission reduction potential, we estimate, and that's worth $500 million to $1 billion. So we've talked to hundreds of companies in Ireland who are prepared to pay for that carbon emissions in return for credits or for credits for their business. Government taxes can be used, can be shifted to that. So how do we get to that sort of scale? There's a number of other peatland programs within this system. In Venice, we're looking at how to restore the lagoon of Venice, coastal ecosystems. There's a $2 billion shipbuilding industry there that has to start paying its carbon balance, and the tourism industry as well. Can that contribute in? So that's part of the experiment. The last part of building a landscape industry is learning from each other and having a very systematic way that we connect Waterlands, Merlin, so many of your projects together in a common methodology that we can share experience. We can actually measure the results. I think that is critical in a systematic way, and get the money, the commercial money, in to reward those results, because the bankers already want to pay. I'm having conversations with many bankers who want carbon, who want biodiversity credits, they want water credits, they want sponge. Is there a sponge credit that we can create in the future? So money and research. Back to you, Nico.
Thank you so much, Paul, for highlighting these extremely important issues. Now let's turn to the second part of our debate. I would like to ask you to be brief, to keep the debate dynamic, and to come up with concrete ideas, concrete solutions, examples, use simple language. Let's start. The first question on the Slido that I see are the nature-based solutions and their implementation that is lagging behind in many countries due to the ownership structure, ownership problems, and it has been mentioned already within the first interventions. So what are your experiences? What could be done to overcome these problems and implement projects that we need to recover the sponge function in your respective countries? Whoever wants to start. Jane, maybe.
Yes, it's a very relevant question all over the world. I think it comes back to collaboration across a landscape, and spatial planning. So I think first understanding what's the basis for the nature-based solution, so what's its solution for? So that's understanding the connection between the natural, social and economic processes in that landscape. Then co-designing a solution. Before you start thinking about land ownership, etc., I think really what are the possible solutions? What's the future prospect for this landscape? And what we find is, again and again, when you're sharing knowledge and really looking at what's possible, the blame game stops. People in one part of the landscape stop blaming another user in another part, and you focus on solutions. Then it's a question of what are the policy shifts, regulation shifts, planning shifts needed to facilitate what's needed for everyone's interest across the landscape. So yes, I think it can be overcome, but you need to go through these kind of steps. I don't see land ownership structures ever as a total blockage to landscape solutions.
Thank you very much. Any other views? I see Paul.
talking to William Yarn about the Rhine Delta. In Roman times, that area was known to be deafening for the amount of bird life and obviously fish life. There's an ambition now among the stakeholders who've come together in exactly the way that Jane's talking about to restore that, allow the seawater to come back in, and there's €100 million of financing, or perhaps more. Willem Yarn will correct me. So how can you create a vision that everyone can get behind, and how can you make it profitable and valuable to each of the economic actors in the landscape and everyone else?
Thank you very much. Any other quick reactions? Ernst and then Iva.
Water retention and storage is a key measure for climate resilient landscape and for the sponge function of the landscape, and to avoid water scarcity in the future. When we look to our landscapes, partly these are not God-given, so to say, but engineered landscapes, especially the agricultural areas, for example, also in Austria, south to the Czech border, are very much engineered during the last decades. So agricultural areas were built by drainage of wetlands, really, but the idea and the objection in former times was really to feed our country after the Second World War, to feed ourselves and to be self-supply with food and to ensure self-supply with food also for the Austrian country. This worked very well. So we built the agricultural areas, the water was drained and brought away on water highways, so to say, as Willem Jan also mentioned. This worked very well until now climate change appeared. And the precipitation situation was changed. We have more extreme weather events, which where the soil function, the sponge function of the soil would be needed, but isn't there anymore. So now we have the problem with this change of climate, change of precipitation, and change in all this climate situation. And there now we have to react, and this is the point where we have to rethink the structuring of our landscapes, but also keeping in mind that objective from the past, that also the agricultural production must be ensured in parallel.
Thank you very much, Ernst. Iva?
According to our experience for the success of restoration projects, it is necessary to have well done pre-negotiation phase and close collaboration with stakeholders, with landowners and land users. And what is very helpful are examples of good practice, examples of restoration, similar restoration from other regions and in other countries, because for these people, for farmers, foresters, it is necessary, it is very helpful to see the result, because in many cases and in many concrete restoration projects, we can see that the final area of the land which represents such a limit for these stakeholders due to restoration measures is usually much lower than they expect. And yes, these examples are very helpful.
Thank you very much. Flemian, you want to react briefly?
Yeah, I think for this specific question on nature-based solutions, I think there are two aspects. One is that nature-based solutions is restoring nature services. And nature services, I think we often forget that a lot of services are there for free. But when we restore them, then all of a sudden that's an investment. So protecting nature and being more, I think, having more insights of the service they deliver, that's at least an area we need to work on. We are working on, but we need to do, to bridge that gap, because I think investors like bankers and etc. They want to have that knowledge. But you were asking about an example of land ownership. In parts of Europe and in Western Europe over the last year, we had very severe droughts and even all streams totally disappeared. And I know now that there is a strong cooperation from national, regional, local level with farmers, and they found out that restoring the groundwater level was key. It was more like a sandy area. And they are now together investing what to do, and they have a very interesting insight now together, is that in the old days the very wet areas were drained and the whole groundwater level was brought down. Now they want to restore it by 20 or 30 centimeters, but as a result at the edges of the parcels near the valley it will become more wet. And they recognize that by maybe 3 or 4% of the agriculture area take it out of agriculture production, that the other 97% of the agriculture area will benefit from that. And I think this is a clear example, but you can only, like the others also stated in our discussion, you only can do it if you work together and get this insight. It's not helpful if someone is very bright and say, I have an idea and you should do this or that. You have to do it together.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, William. It's an excellent example. Now I'm turning to Jane and also other panelists, of course, with the following. Thank you. I'll use it, William, the last issue that you mentioned as a solid bridge to a cluster of questions we have on SLIDO that are along the lines or on how to put a value on ecosystem services. In other words, how to motivate landowners, be it farmers, be it foresters, to take care of economic services. And at the same time, how to connect enhancing water security, that's one of the ecosystem services, to the sponge function of that we are talking about, restoration of ecosystems in general. Jane.
So your first question was...
You can address whichever one of them because they are interrelated.
Because I'm reading the question there, which is about how can the...
We have different questions. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm really not clear on the question. Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. Let's address the one on the value of ecosystem, ecosystem services, or of how to motivate and reward the landowners and everybody who's working on addressing the issue of giving a value, how to give a value to.
So it links very much with the answer that William Jan just gave, because by increasing water retention in the landscape, there are benefits around the landscape. They may not be equally distributed, but the benefits are there. So there needs to be an incentive system that makes the connection, that rewards, so that the continuing value and services given by those water ecosystems or wetlands are integrated in the local economy. So we have experimented with this a lot in developing countries. And maybe some of that's transferable, because what we find is that there is a willingness, once the understanding is there is a willingness to take part and to spend time and energy in restoring natural systems that have a longer term benefit in the landscape, but they need a shorter term return for their labour and effort. So by connecting these two things, by rewarding, compensating in some way for the time and effort involved, for example in restoring ponds or blocking ditches, in the economy in that landscape. It can be alternative land uses or alternative kinds of local economies. By making that clear connection, then you have a driver for long-term sustainable change. And it's quite complicated because, especially with water ecosystems, investments made upstream are going to mostly benefit the downstream users. So we also need to be able to connect through incentives and various tools those costs and benefits. But there are many examples and many tools and methods that have been proven to do this.
Thanks a lot. Any other reactions? This question, Paul, yeah?
The challenge is to think beyond nature-based solutions level, individual projects, and take them up to a much higher level. I mean, the Danube Basin stands out as an extraordinary achievement to go from a very polluted river. 13 countries got together, set a target to improve water quality, and now, you know, I swim in it most weeks and can almost drink the water there. It's remarkable. So can we do the same thing with water quantity? And how can we reward that? Some of the most exciting experiments are not happening in Europe at the moment, but around the world in the world of global forest carbon. You know, we've helped develop programs in Congo and Indonesia that cover areas. Both projects are the size of Greece, and they're getting hundreds of millions of dollars into them to invest in forest protection, forest restoration, better management and use of forests, and so on. Can we use the technologies of that jurisdictional carbon approach with our river systems and with our peatland systems, with our coastal wetlands?
Thanks a lot. We have time for last question, and here I'll turn to the private sector. We talked a lot about the European Union level. We talked a lot about the national level, regional, but private sector clearly is an important actor in restoring the sponge function. So, what kind of incentives has the private sector to get involved in nature-based solutions? And here, maybe I start with Paul.
I don't think they need any incentive. The bankers can see that there's money in carbon, there will be money in biodiversity. They're coming to us wanting to develop projects. The problem is there's not enough projects out there. It costs quite a lot of money to build a project. You know, the project we're helping the Scottish government build with stakeholders in the far northeast of Scotland. It's not a cheap thing to be able to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars of carbon and other finance. So I pinged a friend from the European Investment Bank and asked him what he thinks is needed. He said money for technical assistance for supporting blended finance instruments, for designing these complicated public-private financing instruments is critical. Getting some simple metrics so that you can measure and then make payment against biodiversity. We haven't quite got to that yet. And education. This is a complex thing.
Thanks a lot. Thanks also for mentioning education. Eva?
Maybe for motivation of private sector, the using of taxa system could be used in the such a principle that
tax system.
Tax system that if certain proportion of private owned land will be returned in apostrophe back to water and to hydrological function, there could be some reduction of tax amount and in this system.
Yep. Jane?
Yes, we work with a number of companies, and particularly water engineering companies, some of the biggest that are based in Europe. There is three drivers, I would say. One, they need to reduce their carbon footprint. So nature-based solutions as part of the design is a way to do that. Secondly, there's an increasing expectation for designs of infrastructure that go beyond doing no harm to nature, that actually restore nature and take a wider envelope in the landscape. So this is encouraging the kind of new thinking and new designs for water engineering. But the third one is very interesting, and that's that the people who come to work for these companies, the new engineers, they are interested. These young people, they want sustainable solutions. They want nature-based solutions, and they want to be an engineer to help make that happen. And they are increasingly educated to think across the different sectors. This is driving the boardrooms to change the nature of their business.
Thanks a lot. And last, William.
Yeah, just to add on what the others said, is that I often see that there is a lot of knowledge and experience developed in all kind of programs, in all kind of networks. So I think it's now all about connecting. Also, I think this conference, but also after this conference, is that we should help each other with the good examples and the way to do it. And be ambitious, because I think both for governments but also for the private sector, if there are good integrated projects with a lot of support, you will find money. So, but we have to scale up. So, yeah, so I think that's the big challenge in working together and connecting all the experiences which are already out there. So. That's it.
Thanks a lot. We have less than 5 minutes to go, so let me ask each of you for your last intervention. What you would like participants of this conference to retain from this session? What you think is the most important, besides others, for the recovery of sponge function of our landscape? We start with Paul.
Ooh, tough one.
And very brief, yeah?
Yeah. That's a very tough one. Well, I do think the money. If we can create incentive systems for public and private money to come together to invest in exciting, ambitious game changers that will guarantee water quantity as well as quality, and that allows all sorts of other forest, agriculture, and biodiversity solutions to be tacked on as well, then we're on our way. But that's a slow thing to build.
Thanks a lot. Ernst?
I would end like I started. So I would say give more room to the rivers and connect the wetlands to the rivers and ensure ecological minimum flow also in small river stretches. I think that this is the most important thing, because healthy and functional environmental ecosystems are working well, are more resilient to climate change, and provide several ecosystem services that otherwise have to be very costly built.
Thank you very much. Eva?
I would like, I think that very important is quantification of our goals as soon as possible. Quantification in sense of the proportion, determined proportion of streams and wetlands and springs which have to be restored during next period.
Thank you so much. Jane?
I would like everyone to realise that there's not only a biodiversity and climate crisis, there's also a water crisis, and that is linked to both. Behind that, there is a massive wetland crisis. But the good news is it's really possible to reverse that and bring benefits right across the board. So giving emphasis to water, seeing water as water systems, so not just water itself, but how water interacts with the landscape, restoring the water systems as a basis for addressing climate adaptation, but also for sustainable development. I think that's what I would like to stick in the minds.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And finally, William.
Yeah, I think with the picture on my mind, sharing with you, which I started, is that if the landscape, if you restore the groundwater, I mean, it's a huge reserve, and we need it very much for drought and for flood management. And to create it, we need healthy soils, so we need to invest on healthy soils and involve nature areas, including wetlands. I think that's key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the panelists for a very rich discussion. And before we move to lunch, a few quick housekeeping remarks. From here, we'll proceed to a family photo. So please do not go elsewhere than follow the crowd outside of the hotel. There we'll take a family photo. Then we'll have lunch, which will be served on this floor, on the left-hand side from this plenary room. If you have time during lunch break, do not forget to look up the information panels, where we have what we do consider some of the best practices or best European projects related to climate resilient landscapes. Another news is if you have not received the brochure summarizing all the projects, please take it. It's available. And also, you have received the Prague appeal, draft of the Prague appeal, commented already by some of the speakers. We have put last night the last comments in it. You have received it both by email and it's also available outside. Please look it up because it will be a subject of one of our panels in the afternoon. And one request from organizers, please leave the earphones, the interpretation device, when you leave in the room. So let me wish you bon appetit and let's move to the family photo. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. And let me start with the session focusing on the forests. So we've already heard some information about the forests. We saw the slides about the optimistic predictions, how the forest will help us mitigate the climate change, how important carbon sink it is. Also, we saw the slides that in some countries it doesn't work so well, and that we have several countries where forests are significantly contributing to the climate change. So there is a lot of things to discuss. Let me introduce myself. My name is Svoboda. I'm a professor of silviculture at the Czech University of Life Sciences at the Faculty of Forestry and Food Sciences. And it's a big pleasure and big honor to be here. And now let's introduce the members of our panel. So first of all, Peter Leffer, he's from European Commission, from DG Klima. He will have a presentation on really important issues. Then I'm really glad to welcome Bart Muijs. He's a close colleague of mine. He's a professor of forest management from Catholic University in Belgium in Leuven. Then I'm glad to have a person from agroforestry, which is really important nowadays, Patrick Worms. Also, we have an important guest from the financial sector, from European Invest Bank, Alexander Horst. And then the last colleague, close colleague of mine, practical forester, director of University School Enterprise in Brno, vice director of the ProSilva, Tomáš Vrška. So let's start. Peter, please, if you can present your presentation.
Right, okay. Welcome back in the room, everyone. Many thanks for having me. This is really a great event, and forest is a fab subject, of course, but this is also a challenging session because so much has been said about forests already. And we just had lunch, but we will, I think, together with my co-panelists, will try to make this entertaining for you and hopefully cut your digestion and get you excited. Now, okay, is this going to work? It is. Now, everyone with some background understanding of ecology knows that soils, water, and forests are all connected and that they influence one another in a concrete landscape setting. And just like for soils and water, also for forests, climate change will put us to a test when it comes to forests and their management. And here's the thing, climate change means forest change. We see during the last few years very clear signals that the forests of Europe have started to transform and convert into something else. That forests react to changes in climatic conditions is not really new. We had during the last ice ages some phases of very abrupt warming, and we have botanic records from that time which show that forests reacted to this abrupt warming almost instantly within 1 or 2 decades with a regime change, i.e. by becoming different forests. And the beginning of a forest regime change is indeed what we seem to be seeing today. Even if Europe's forests today are, of course, as much natural systems as there are socio-economic systems, and our landscapes are sort of shaped by man. Sorry for putting yet another set of disaster pictures at you, but the point of this here is that this forest regime change, this forest transition will not happen, just gradually and slowly, but it will happen in leaps and bounds. And this is what we are seeing. The extraordinary droughts which we had in the last few years in Europe have taken a toll on forests. They have triggered a very significant tree dieback in many parts of Europe. Just to give you one example, we know now from satellite images that Germany has lost about 5% of its canopy cover only in the years 2018-2019 following the drought.
We also see new and worrying wildfire patterns emerging. Wildfires, the number has been going up in recent years. 2022, this year, is already a record year for wildfires. By this time of the year, we had never so much area burned by wildfires. More worryingly, and even more worryingly, is that 40% of these fires are occurring in Central and Northern Europe. So the point here is that forest fires are not just a problem of the Mediterranean countries anymore, they are a pan-European problem. And finally, weakened by climate change, forests have been a victim of bark beetles. You know, bark beetles have taken a huge feast on Norway's spruce in recent years. And the Czech Republic really has become almost the epicenter of this huge epidemic of spruce bark beetles in Europe. We have figures which show that in the Czech Republic from 2017 to 2019, bark beetle damaged about up to 5% of the Norway spruce stands every year, leading to the disappearance of these stands in some parts of the country. And of course, with projected significant further warming in Europe, climate change will sort of stress out forests even more, as Hans Bräuning said before, you know, this stress out forests. To be sure, I think in most parts of Europe, forests won't disappear completely. We have no reason to believe that. In most parts of Europe, new trees will eventually come up and replace the trees that are dying. But the transition to the new forests will be a rough ride, and it will be marked by the temporary loss of trees and forests, and by the social and economic costs which come along with that. Again, let me quote a German study in this case, which found that the extreme weather events just of 2018-2019 came at a cost of about 18 billion euros of losses, forestry-related losses in the country. So that's very significant. And actually, these costs include also the carbon loss in those forests. So clearly, there's a very great need for urgent action to minimize further risks to forests and to reduce their vulnerability and to enhance their adaptive capacity. Now, in a somewhat weird way, climate change is also a huge opportunity for forests. Hans-Otto Pörtner mentioned already this morning the high feasibility of forest-based adaptation and the high synergies with mitigation. Climate change is challenging our sort of traditional and preconceived ideas about forestry and about what we should be using our forests for. It requires us to come up with new ways of managing forests. And it has, in the forest community, triggered a very, very different discourse and very different types of interaction compared to what we've seen only a couple of years before. And within this discourse, sort of keeping forests healthy and resilient is now acknowledged as a central objective, because only stable forests will deliver wood or capture carbon, for that matter. There is also, I think, within the entire community, a greater recognition of the value of biodiversity as a core element of resilience, of forest resilience, of the potential of forest restoration to reduce forest vulnerabilities, and of the opportunity of using new practices such as, close to nature forestry management and other practices, again, to keep our forests stable. Climate change also acts as a powerful reminder of the role of forests in the broader landscape, and on how forests support adaptation in a wider sense, by cleaning and regulating water, protecting us against soil erosion, protecting us from landslides, and so on. And finally, I think in terms of opportunity, risk management hasn't been very common in forest management and planning so far, but this is also changing now. There is now growing interest in things like, forest risk assessments, early warning systems, insurance solutions, near-time forest monitoring, or integrated forest fire management. And this also offers us a way out. Now let me come to the European level. I mean, after all, I work for the European Commission, so I guess this is what I'm supposed to talk about. And in fact, in the European Commission, we have made great efforts to integrate this type of reflections and to address adaptation in our EU forest-related policies. And the overall aim is really to lay sort of a stable foundation for a common effort to adapt forests successfully. So first, in terms of policy settings, this morning have been mentioned already the EU Adaptation Strategy, the EU Forest Strategy, the EU Biodiversity Strategy, and the EU Soil Strategy. And we went at great pains to ensure that they work as a package and that all of them come in and support also forest adaptation. Then there is legislation. So in some cases, we in the Commission decide we need to pull out the big hammer and propose outright new legislation. And this, what we have cooking here is the revision of our framework for land-based climate mitigation, the famous LULUCF framework, but also there will be legislation on certification of carbon removals from the land under the sort of our carbon farming initiative. And we hope that this will offer opportunities not just to strengthen the land sink, but also to protect and restore biodiverse, carbon-rich and resilient forests. Secondly, we have the EU Nature Restoration Law in the pipeline. We proposed it. It's now with the European Parliament and the Member States for their take at this proposal. And once adopted, we hope that this restoration law will help us restore damaged forest ecosystems and bring resilient forests back to Europe. Then the European Commission is currently revising the EU legislation on forest reproductive material. And one of the objectives here is really to harness the power of genetic diversity of forests more in support of forest adaptation and to provide better information about the suitability and the climate resilience of individual tree species for forest owners and managers which want to plant those trees. And finally, we are developing a legislative proposal right now on European forest monitoring and strategic planning. This is very important because it's important to have very sort of near-time and very detailed and accurate data on how forests respond to climate change and how our management efforts work out. And by the way, we are just now, as we speak, we have an open public consultation on this new proposal, and everyone in the room who wants to come in and share your views, if you want to share your views on this proposal, please do so. You'll find all the information on the web, and this is open until the mid-November this year. Going further in related EU policies, I should also mention funding and financing. This has been mentioned already in the year. There are significant possibilities to use the EU structural and investment funds in support of forest adaptation. And of course, one of the big players here is the Common Agricultural Policy, where right now we're actually finalizing together with the member states the CAP strategic plans, which are very important for determining what is going to be spent on what. So this is a core effort really and a crucial period in time. We also have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was set up in the sort of context of the COVID crisis. We have, and finally we come to a very important thing, which is sort of really capacity building and knowledge sharing. Here we finance research and innovation on forest adaptation under the Horizon Europe Framework Programme, the mission Adaptation to Climate Change, once again, which has been presented already, the LIFE programme, big player, about 1 billion euros on climate in this funding period, which translates maybe in broadly €500 million for forest adaptation, or for adaptation overall, sorry. And together with our colleagues from the European Environment Agency and with our Joint Research Centre, we run a couple of sort of knowledge and information platforms such as Climate Adapt, the to-go for website, as Hans Breuning said this morning, the Forest Information System for Europe, and the European Forest Fire Information System. So overall, really, we do have a fairly complete and comprehensive EU framework programme for forest adaptation, and we really stand ready to support all efforts in that direction. But Clara de la Torre said it already this morning. It is a teamwork. We all must work together, all levels of governments, all sectors, all players. And just let me make a final point on this idea of the value of working together when it comes to forests. The thing is that forest management under climate change is a completely new game. And it's how forests react really to climate change is hard to predict. There will be surprises, and because of this uncertainty, adapting forests and forested landscapes must be in itself an adaptive process, and to some degree even an experimental and sort of test and try process, where we favor no regret solutions, and where information and knowledge become a core resource. Studies tell us that forest owners are concerned about climate change, they want to do things about climate change, but what holds them really back the most is sort of knowledge about tried and tested approaches and things they can do. And so we therefore must all learn from one another, share our knowledge, innovate, and try and really to support together new initiatives with the common objectives of adapting forests collectively. And I think this is really sort of the best point for me to shut up, leave space for Bart, for what I'm sure is going to be an interesting talk, and for the exchange in the panel and with you in the room. Many thanks for your attention.
Okay, Peter, thanks a lot for great presentation. Bart, please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be invited here to talk a bit about how we can bring resilience into our European forests. And the first thing that Peter introduced already very outstandingly, that is that climate change is really ongoing already. It's not coming, it's there already. And it leads to increase in disturbances in our forests, droughts, insect attacks, fires and so on. And these in turn lead to forest mortality. And you see here on this picture a very clear trend in forest mortality over the last years in Europe, from less than 1% of mortality per year to clearly above 1% and still increasing. And the answer we have to that is to build resilience. And in the last couple of years, also in the scientific world, we have been thinking a bit on what is resilience now and how can it be operationalized. And in the left pane there, you see that resilience in the scientific world has been interpreted a lot as engineering resilience. It is the time that an ecosystem needs to recover after disturbance. But yeah, that was in the old times that we had systems close to equilibrium, and that's not the case anymore. The systems do not go back to the system that they were before. They are not able to go back and they go to something else. And the other thing is that the forest is not just an ecosystem, it's also a social ecological system, because humans live in the forest, humans work in the forest, humans manage the forest. And so it's better probably to adopt this social ecological resilience concept, which is meant to create resilience in the social ecological system, and which tries to build capacity to absorb disturbance, to adapt and transform the system. And what that means is then here in the right pane, building resilience is done in two different ways. The first is really to enhance the resilience mechanisms. And as main resilience mechanisms, we know diversity, adaptive capacity, and connectivity. And then as a second big challenge, that is to consider to build resilience to what, and for what, and by whom, and for whom. And that is the whole thing of balancing, because there will be trade-offs. We can build resilience for productive forestry, or for conservation in the forest, or for climate mitigation by carbon sequestration, but there might be trade-offs. And so this balancing will be part of building resilience. I will focus now on two things, two aspects. It's the diversity aspect and the balancing aspect. First, the diversity. And biodiversity has long been considered in European policies as something to conserve, as a kind of heritage. But more and more, thanks to recent research over the last decade, we better and better understand that biodiversity is a crucial asset to forest and forest functioning. To start with, there to the left, biodiversity is important for productivity. And you see clearly in this graph that if diversity, and especially tree diversity, increases in the forest, also the productivity of the forest is increasing. And what is maybe even more important, that is that the uncertainty on this productivity outcome is decreasing with increasing diversity. So it means that monocultures, they can have very different outcomes. You have very productive monocultures and very, very low productives, and they can fail. But diverse systems, we are quite sure that they will have a decent, quite high productivity. The second idea here to the right is that tree diversity leads to multifunctionality. If you have a diverse forest, these different species will have different functions in the forest, and you create what we call a jack of all trades, and maybe a master of none. But so more diverse forests will be more multifunctional and will serve multiple ecosystem services. But important is also to look there in the middle and to understand that tree diversity also leads to insurance. Because in the upper pane, you see if you have, for example, 2 species, it's better than 1 because the diversity increases, the functional diversity increases, and you have maybe a more productive and more multifunctional forest. So we call that functional diversity. But if we increase the diversity even more, we get redundancy. In a forest with a lot of species, some species have more or less the same function as others. And if one species, like the spruce, fails, then we still have other species with similar function which can take over. So redundancy is another part of diversity which is very useful. But okay, of course, this is theory. And how can we bring that into practice? And this is a study from Quebec in Canada, where to the left you see a forest region. And first we're going to map the vulnerability to climate change. And once we know that, we look more in detail to the stands. And we make a map here to the right where every stand becomes like a node in a complex network where exchange of genetic information can happen between the stands in terms of the dispersion of seeds of the different tree species. And so in a diverse stand, there's a lot of functional diversity, and more tree species can move to other stands and bring more function in other stands. And so by looking at the landscape in this way, we can now intervene in a very targeted way. We can bring in the functional diversity which is missing by planting here and there certain tree species of which we miss the functions. And we do that in very specific places in the landscape so that this natural dispersal can happen. So this is an example of functional network building in adapted forests. This is about diversity. Let's move on now to this balancing concept now. And yeah, the foresters of today, they are a bit lost because there's a lot of new concepts and terms. People speak about climate smart forestry, close to nature forestry, closer to nature forestry, land sharing, land sparing. And so what is now the approach to manage our landscapes in a sustainable, more resilient way? And okay. So what we propose here, that is a triad approach. I try to explain this figure. To the right, you see the land sharing. This is the idea that Central European foresters promote. That is integrated forest management, where all the forests become multifunctional and all the forests have a close to nature management approach. This is very nice, and it harmonizes quite a lot of your functions, but it might be that quite a lot of sensitive species, even in such multifunctional forests, cannot survive because they have very strict conservation criteria. So for those species, you will need a land sparing approach, creating forest reserves, what you see to the left there. But if you create forest reserves, the productive function goes down, so you will have a need to intensify the forest management and also have plantations to foresee the wood production you need. So your management can now shift from left to right all over this gradient, from land sparing to land sharing, to produce a certain amount of wood while maintaining a certain amount of biodiversity. And probably the good solution is in the middle. And that's why we call it the triad approach. We need a combined land sparing, land sharing approach where we try to optimize our land use in the forest with combining all these elements. benefits. The question is now what we have to do where and when. And it all has to do with legacies, and you see that here. In Western and Southern Europe, we have a legacy of early deforestation, very often already 2,000 years ago, and we created like cultural landscapes with a lot of diversity of more open ecosystems like grasslands and so on. You have heathlands, you have Mediterranean, very open forests. And so in those systems, it can be a very good idea to go to the land sharing and to the multifunctional forest management just to keep this cultural and natural heritage. In Eastern and Northern Europe, on the contrary, we have quite some old growth and even primary forest left here and there. And then we have this legacy of this more natural systems, so it makes more sense to conserve those areas and to try to conserve the natural values of those ones. So legacy is a very important, let's say, decision criterion to decide what we do where and when. Okay, let's come to some recommendations. The first one is that recuperating forest stability is a top priority. So in forest management, we don't have the luxury or the choice anymore. We want to do this or that. The first thing is to make sure that the forests can survive and that we will have a certain forest cover and forest microclimate to serve our ecosystem services. The second is that mixture is a very strong asset to work on forest resilience. So we need to go away from monocultures and have a speed up in converting them to mixed forest. The third idea here is that we should go back from industry decided forests or industry designed forests to nature designed forests. So in the last 200 years, the industry was, let's say, demanding or dictating what kind of forest it needed, which kind of forest products and forest species it needed. We don't have this luxury anymore. Climate change is coming. The things that worked before do not work anymore. So we need to inspire by nature and by the possibilities nature still have in this climate change circumstances. And the technology will solve the challenge. Take what they need from that forest. And then the very last one, that is that there's a lot of potential in a triad approach, trying to optimize between ecosystem services in a forest, but also looking at potentials and legacies that we have there already. And maybe to refer to some more literature, there's three interesting reports from science to policy that inspired this talk and that you can have a look at on the internet. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bart, thank you for a very interesting and inspiring presentation. I think we will go back later to some of those concepts, but now I think it's time to give a space to three other panelists. So please, I'd like to ask each of you in very short, condensed way, what's your opinion about the key aspects of the forest adaptation? If you could shortly react from your perspective, and of course it will be different perspective because each of you are from different sector. Patrick, please, if you could start.
Thank you. I should start by thanking the Czech government for supporting agroforestry. I am the president of the International Union of Agroforestry, which is registered and headquartered here in Prague and has been financially supported by your government. So since you are representing that government here, Mr. Svoboda, thank you very much. I work for C4 ICRAF, the world's largest center devoted to the research of these systems. And what I notice from the speeches I had here before is that when we look at nature-based systems, we look at holistic systems, we look at integrated systems. Yet what we are dealing with are silos. Agriculture, for example, is a treaty matter under European Union treaties. Forestry is not. There is clear blue water between them, so it's extraordinarily difficult to put both of them together. Yet when you look at nature, where is there the most biodiversity? Where is there the most nutrient flow? Where is there the best resistance to drought and to floods? It's at the margins between forests and agriculture. And that's what agroforestry seeks to exploit. The second issue that we deal with, and it's something that's embedded in industry, in bureaucracy, in politics, is this toxic belief that humans are separate from nature. We do a plantation, which is dictated by industry, and over here we have a beautiful rewilded landscape where hopefully we'll have mammoth again one day. It doesn't work that way. The most effective systems are the systems that cleverly marry the needs of many species, including the human species. And I'll just give one example from Zambia, which I visited in March, where the wildlife came back to a landscape after it was restored by cows. The right management of cattle brought the grass back, that allowed the trees to thrive, that provided biomass, the biomass attracted herbivores, the herbivores attracted carnivores. The local herders now have to worry about how to deal with lions, which they hadn't seen for 25 years before. It's restoration for humans and restoration for nature. Last point, agroforestry is something that deals with all of the topics that we've been talking about here today. It deals with soil health, since it ups soil organic carbon and pumps nutrients from deep through tree roots. It deals with water buffering. Trees are great, as you pointed out, Peter. Sorry, over there. Trees are great at reducing the risk of floods, and they do so in fields and in agricultural settings as much as they do in forest. The biodiversity that they provide can take the form of corridors. So if we're interested in conservation in Europe, and we know that the small patches of relatively natural nature we have left, like the Shumava, need to be connected by corridors, agroforestry is practically the only way in which we can do that. Finally, with all the challenges that forests are facing, agroforestry is a precious source of the timber and the fiber that industry needs. About 80% of the arable surface in Europe is devoid of any tree cover at all. We reckon that if all of that was agroforested in the way that science recommends, we could have in the region of 100 billion extra trees on Europe's agricultural land, and that's a great resource for industry. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Patrick, for really nice insight on agroforestry. So, Alexander, please.
Yes, I mean, let me also thank for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be at this timely conference at a time where European forests are increasingly impacted by extreme weather events. We have all seen it in numerous presentations today. So, and we also heard from the European Environmental Agency that the estimated loss is about €487 billion in the EU 27 member states during the past 40 years. And we are expecting that these climate-related extremes are even increasing in the future. So looking at the magnitude of these economic losses, it appears to be much wiser to invest in climate adaptation and climate-resilient forest landscapes. However, it is widely known that climate adaptation remains grossly underfinanced. So you may ask, what is the response of the European Investment Bank, which I'm presenting here? So, I mean, let me just maybe say some general words about EIB. We have published last year our adaptation plan, which also supports the objectives of the European Adaptation Strategy. The EIB is committed to triple its climate adaptation finance by 2025. Besides, we will screen all projects we finance for the risk of climate change, ensure that they are adapted to future changes. So we also have to look out of the forestry sector. And then also we have developed or initiated a new advisory service, which is called Climate Adaptation Investment Advisory Platform, which help public and private sector clients in the EU understand how climate change affects their operations. This is also part of, let's say, the raising of awareness and communication, which also I think a number of presenters discussed today. So I mean, as EIB, we stand ready to increase our support for climate adaptation projects in various sectors. Yet frankly speaking, it is challenging to identify and develop feasible investment projects, fulfilling increasing environmental and societal demands. In terms of wider bioeconomy, I mean, we support three focus areas mainly. One is the sustainable production and food value chains that can withstand extreme weather extreme weather and combining supply-side action such as resource-efficient production, transport and processing with demand-side interventions such as promotion of healthy, less resource-demanding food and feed patterns and reduction of food loss and waste. Then, of course, we're supporting the forestry sector with afforestation, reforestation, ecosystem restoration, improved forest, and also agro-silvopastoral systems and land management practices, including water management to reduce the negative impacts of flooding, landslides, and desertification, and safeguarding livelihoods, healthy land and marine ecosystems. And lastly, we invest in research and development in innovative technologies and solutions that can reduce the vulnerability of crops, forestry, and fisheries to extreme heat, drought, and other climate hazards, and reduce intensity of the use of resources in bioeconomy systems. Yeah, with this, I want to close my input and look forward to a lively discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. And Tomáš, please, you are the last one with your point.
Thank you, Mirek. I would like to present some more provocative question. Here were presented like the concepts or visions how to change how and why to change the European forests. And during the first session, somebody presented in science, everything is clear. No, of course, I think everybody here in this room understands what we need and why we need it. But who make the change in the forest? Nobody from this room. The change in a real state of forests make the local foresters who are daily in the forests and the foresters who make the dots on the trees, who select the trees for the cut. And these people are out of these discussions. And I think the main challenge and opportunity, both, are very important for European Commission, for national governments, for local governments, for other people, how to connect and how to transform these knowledges of foresters who are in practice and who are experienced in the closer to nature management or these other concepts which we advocate here. And this is for me the main question. If you know this European strategy for forests 2030, it's 27 pages of this document, but only 2 paragraphs on one page are focused to the transformation of practical knowledges of foresters who have the experiences from close to nature management to other colleagues. And this is, for me, the main knowledge gap, the lack of this transformation of knowledges. And for me, the main question is how to combine this daily practice to be profitable in the forestry and to combine it with this, for example, continuity and legacy of biodiversity and with the social use of the forests, which is the social use of the forest is changing more times faster than climate change is affecting our forests, and it is a problem for the foresters to be so experienced in the explanation of our work to the society. And I think this is a next very important point, how we should connect the society and the expectations from the foresters. And from this point of view, it is the role for governments to define and to clarify what are the goals of the policy and how is possible to implement it on the local level, because the local level is definitely out of this theoretical discussions. Thank you.
Tomáš, thank you. Okay, so I guess we have several really important points raised here during the presentation for the discussion. We will not have time for everything, but and also we have really interesting question at SLIDO. But I think we all agree that adaptation is really a critical part of the future forest and their condition. And now there's a big pressure on the forest restoration. EU has a really ambitious goals in terms of forest restoration, but also this forest restoration will probably include very diverse techniques, which might actually be not so easy to understand. So maybe, Peter, with this forest restoration, maybe you could give a view of the European Commission. What does it actually really mean, forest restoration, and what kind of tools we will need to adapt in our landscapes for the future?
On the nature restoration law, as I said, this is a proposal. It is now sort of being discussed by the European Parliament and the member states. But the way it is proposed by the European Commission, it's a law, a legislative proposal to try and then bring sort of resilient and viable nature back to Europe by restoring degraded ecosystems, including forests, and there are sort of some quantifiable targets, such as restoring 20% of ecosystems in need of restoration by 2030, and by 2050 all ecosystems in need of restoration, and some softer targets in terms of efforts. That's the overall approach. And I think one of the interesting debates around the nature restoration law, and we sense it always when we discuss forests, is does this mean sort of non-management, the rollout of total nature reserves everywhere? No, this is certainly for forests not the idea. I think it's been said already by Bart, we will need some forest nature reserves, i.e. areas where there is no human intervention, amongst other things, by the way, also to understand how climate change works out on these natural forests, of which we have preciously few. So there are some of the gold standards to understand how climate change works. But in most cases, there will also be sort of there is an explicit inclusion of human use of those forest ecosystems, and I guess the idea of closer to nature forestry is something which we have quite prominent in the EU Forest Strategy and in the Biodiversity Strategy as one sort of one particular approach to, in a very comprehensive way, to address sort of this concept of sustainable forest management. And we are right now in a situation where we've got, I think, about 70% of EU's forests are sort of even-aged stands, and of these 70% even-aged stands, 30% points are sort of monocultures. So we are, there's a lot of opportunity to transform these forests into something else, and we've seen, of course, that from a climate adaptation perspective, this is the thing to do. So that's, and maybe just reacting to Thomas, I think he was spot on. Who are the agents of change? And it reminded me of a story about Denmark. In Denmark, the state forest companies are now required to manage their forests under a close to nature forestry approach. And the forest managers, they struggled really to understand what is required from us. How should this forest look like? And one of the things they did at some stages, they drew up profiles of how these forests look like for the different biogeographical regions and for the different ecosystems, and that sort of gave forest managers sort of a bit of a guidance on where to go to. So I think, yes, this law, and it is a European law, national member states will be required to draw up national restoration plans and to implement them. So there is a lot of leeway also in the way this is being applied at the national level, and because also forests are so different. And so to some degree, of course, this is sort of a very sort of high-level law, which sets an ambition and sets targets, but to some degree, I give you that, leaves the implementation then to other levels of government and to forest managers.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Bart, you introduced this concept of triad forest management, which is actually quite new in Europe, and already you mentioned that compared to this previous vision of this integrated or sustainable forest management, it brings some other ideas how to diversify the forest management at landscape scale, and it also partly connects with the forest restoration. And also we have quite a lot of questions on this triad. So can you maybe a little bit elaborate on this idea of triad management, and also how does this fit with the forest restoration, and also maybe highlight the differences between different countries in EU, because we got a question like what's the proposal, how much % we should keep at landscape as an unmanaged, as a multiple use, or as an intensive forest management. And I think this is very difficult to answer. Generally, I guess this might really matter on different country and on different regions. So please, can you give a little bit more info about that?
Yeah. Thank you, Miro. Many questions. Triad as a concept has been mentioned mainly in North America, United States, and mainly Canada by, for example, Christian Messier. Although it's not really a new invention. If you look in the European literature, at least this idea is much older than that. And so I wouldn't say that there's no examples in Europe. We have functional landscapes all over the place, where you will find in one landscape, let's take a mosaic of forest reserves, plantation forests, multifunctional forest management. Very often you have that in a landscape where you have different owners, and every owner has a different view on forest functions and ways of management. And so it's very easy to look around the corner and find good examples of triad management. What I propose that is to revise our forest landscapes and more generalize triad, because it's true that we have a lot of landscapes which have only monocultures, or which have only integrated forest management. On first sight, only integrated forest management looks attractive, but if you have the same, let's say, uneven-aged mixed structure all over the place, you will also miss functions and diversity. So that's why we think that triad approach is a good approach for many places. I think there's a lot of issues that we agree upon. For example, bringing more mixture in our forest landscapes, that's a no regret and a very clear measure that we should do. Many of our forest ecosystems are still today monocultures, and we see what are the consequences of that. It has been prognosed by forest scientists a long time ago that this would lead sooner or later to problems. And let's say the forest industry has not taken that serious, and now we pay the price for that. On then the balance on how much conservation land we need, how much integrated and so on, I think that's very space and time dependent, very context dependent. I put on the slide an example of 30% protection, and I don't remember 50%. It's only an example, and I think we really have to look at what are the legacies. If you go to a country like Romania, in the Carpathians, you have a lot of primary forest still there. It's normal that there the amount of conserved land that you set aside would be larger than in another area where, like in the Landes in France, where today everything is monoculture plantation. So you start from what you have, from the strengths you have, and from there you try to move to a triad landscape.
Okay, thank you, Bart. I think this is a really important message, and hopefully also the EU will somehow acknowledge these differences between the countries, because of course Romanian, they will ask a question why they are not allowed to cut their forest and their trees when other countries, they've done it in the past, and what the Romanians will get for it, you know. So I think that this will also open another set of really important questions to the future. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So Patrick, from agroforestry point of view, so what do you think with forest restoration? How do you see the role of the agroforestry? You mentioned it, but what are, from your point of view, the key points where the agroforestry can really help the goals of the forest restoration that EU has, which are really ambitious?
I
think agroforestry really can act as a bridge. I'd like to get back to the point that you make, Tomasz, that when we develop the strategies and the finance flows and all the rest of it, we should never lose track of the practitioners who are trying to make things work. Farmers know how to grow annual crops, or they know how to raise animals. They don't necessarily know how to grow trees so that at the end they have a nice straight bowl which is worth a lot of money. Foresters do. Why do we not have foresters advising farmers on how to do agroforestry? This would be an easy way, or at least an easier way, of ensuring that we begin to bridge that gap. In the same way, when we have innovative financing, we need you to develop things that really go outside of the box. I'll get back to a point that Jane made earlier on in the water session. If we re-wet 3% of the agricultural landscape, 97% of the rest of the landscape actually performs better. How can a bank develop the financing mechanisms so that the people who lose agricultural productivity because their land is re-wetted nevertheless make a good livelihood from doing this, paid by the people who benefit from that improvement? Agroforestry is very much about bringing these kinds of questions within the purview of a single agricultural or forestry exploitation. I stress the last point because agroforestry is not just adding trees to a monoculture of arable crops. Agroforestry can also be growing something in an existing forest stand. And a classical example that is used extensively in Central Europe is forest, or in the Mediterranean, is forest grazing, where livestock is raised in tree landscapes. So what I am calling for is, again, this ability that we have to think outside of the box, to break the silos, but to enjoy, to exploit, and to benefit from the specialist expertise that foresters, that farmers, that financiers, that scientists, and that researchers have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Tomasz and Alexander, I have a different question for you. Each of you are from different sectors. One of you are really with real practical forestry background. One of you is from financial sectors. So how do you think these two sectors could really cooperate more closer together and basically together make the real change in the landscape? Because Tomasz, you mentioned that the foresters are making the change, which is the true, but of course we need money for that, because as you said, nowadays the forester has to sell the wood, otherwise he will bankrupt, basically, because the public subsidies or the public government in most of the countries is not enough to support the forestry business. So could you think about what would be the best possible solution, how to bring those two sectors together, that we will benefit from that in the climate adaptation, in adapting our landscape, forest landscape? Do you see any way, any both of you? I don't know who wants to start.
Okay, I may start. I mean, I have to say I'm a sector engineer, so I have about 30 years of, let's say, practical experience. I also worked in my former career for the Austrian State Forest Enterprise. So, yes, and now I've converted to the finance sector. So I see the challenge really to develop really feasible projects. And if I say feasible, I mean, particularly if we talk about landscapes, we have a lot of different interests, and these projects are quite complex, at least for a banker who wants to have an easy project. Maybe he rather finances, roads or infrastructure projects, because this way, I mean, he can also spend much quicker the money, he wants to do. So he needs to spend. And this investment may be also financially more lucrative. So, and me now working as a projects directorate, I'm not directly in contact with the bankers, but I see, that, and at the same time, I also see that the bankers are becoming more and more interested in sustainable financing, in sustainable taxonomy, in new approaches. I think even in the financial sector, there's now, also a big demand, for nature-based solutions for financing restoration. But the challenge is how we do it. And as you said, as you rightly pointed out, it's very important that the bankers communicate to the technical experts. And even not only on policy level, it's what you mentioned. I think it's very important here, really to listen also to the foresters, which a lot of times, you know, have also a bad image, and they're saying, yeah, the forests, they hide in the forests, and they don't come out and don't tell their opinion. This is also maybe true, and of course you can also, there's a certain tendency to claim or to blame the forester, you know, why are the conditions so bad, you know, but nobody really anticipated the change. But on the other hand, I don't think it's a solution not to manage. I mean, for instance, trees need to adapt, I mean, and to this dramatic climate change. I mean, you need to plant trees. I mean, there's, let's say, you need to assisted migration. I mean, the trees don't have any more time to adapt. So they need financing, they need investment. And yeah, this is where I see the role of the bank. Thank you.
Okay, Tomáš, please.
It's a complicated question because of, for us, from financial point of view, there are only two sources: the selling the timber and to have some subsidy from government for some ecosystem functions, which is in this moment on the way. It is not optimal, not only in the Czech Republic, it's very different across European countries, and it is on the run, and it's in developing process. And if it's something definitive in the forestry in this era, it is uncertainty. Uncertainty across the branch. And if we work with mostly with even-aged monocultures, which are definitely not sustainable, which are not stable, it brings these big waves, like the bark beetle outbreak in the Central Europe, etc. And these waves are going to the timber processing industry, and the prices are very jumping, you know it, and this is for us absolutely problematic. The many, I think the most of the Czech non-state owners asked in 2019 the support from the investment banks, because the prices of the timber were on 20–30% of the standard level. In this moment, it was necessary to ask the money, and now we are giving it back, okay. But I don't know how it is possible to connect there. I think for us more important is to go back to some sustainable and some plus-minus stable timber market, to restore the forests for the new tree species composition, to the new spatial composition, yes, of course, to discuss about the potential subsidy for these steps. And the second is, if the ecosystem services which brings the forest to the society should be paid to the owners or not. I visit, or Pro Silva Europa organized a European meeting this year in Luxembourg, in which the ecosystem services are paid very good from our point of view. And this is a question if it is possible to discuss it on the EU level. To find some simpler parameters for it, etc. And the final comment, somebody, before the noon, somebody mentioned about the dictate of timber processing companies, about the dictate of tree species composition, which should be reforested in our forests. But I think it is not true, because the foresters are free in this decision. They are only limited by national legislation. Yeah? But it is the problem in our mind, because traditional model in Central Europe is to produce the high quality spruce, because it's very usable wood, and many foresters automatically reforest the spruce again, but it is not necessary. We are in very good cooperation with the biggest Czech timber processing company. The managers are coming to us discuss about the future tree species composition, and they think how will be the investment over 50, 70 years, because if you invest into the sawmill or into some wood processing company, it is investment for 20 years, not for 70. But if we now plant the mixed deciduous dominated forests, the high quality timber will be on the market generally over 100 years. In this moment, the methods or the processing of the high quality timber will be on different level than is today. From this point of view, I think it is not the dictate of this timber industry. It is a problem of our mind during the reforestation after the calamities.
Okay, thank you, Tomáš. So I'm afraid that our time is running out. There are some really important questions which we didn't have a time to answer, but I encourage everyone to ask our presenters later on during the coffee break or during the evening, and we can have another private debate on this issue. So I'd like to thank you to all of you for your time and for nice debate, and yeah, let's hope for the best for our forest. Thank you very much. So, let us start. First, thank you so much, Miro, and all the participants of the forest panel. Super interesting, exciting, wealth of ideas. Now we are about to start a session that myself personally, I'm looking forward most. We'll have an avalanche of ideas, of innovative approaches, best practices from 18 participants, project implementers or project facilitators. At the same time, it will be the most demanding section for myself to try to keep up to our time. Quick remark for you, the participants. You hopefully do have the brochure. So the brochure will help you in following the presentation. The presentation will be done in exactly the same order as the projects are presented in the brochure. So if you want to see the pictures or any other details about the project presented, look up the brochure. Then some presenters may speak in Czech, so please do have the earphones, the interpretation device at hand. For our speakers, please keep up to 3 minutes, and please do focus on innovative elements, and please note you do not have to explain all the details of the project, because you know that this is just a teaser for one of the key sessions of this conference that is starting at 5 o'clock, where you will have an opportunity to discuss with project implementers all the details, what you will be able to ask all you ever wanted to know about this or that project. So just make your notes to which projects and to which people you would like to talk to afterwards. Let's start, and let me invite the first project, Fundación Global Nature, Beatrice Oliver. Yeah, please come always here. And let me ask already Franz Scheppers, Rewilding Europe, to prepare. Beatrice.
First of all, thanks for the invitation to show our project, and I hope to like it. The Livestream Forest Adapt project aims to implement climate change adaptation measures through forest management plans. We are studying past and future risks that threaten Soria's forest and investigating possible solutions. Said measure will be included in the regional government management plans as well as through certification bodies. A pivotal part of this project is a new tool. This free-use tool, currently in development, will be provide recommendations based on the forest species and geographical position, combined with a future climatological model. In this way, we will facilitate decision-making in our woodlands and aid the achievement of our goals. For instance, timber productions, ecosystem service, etc. Tests will begin in the end of the year, after which the tool will be available through Spain and hopefully Europe. However, the problem is that in Spain, a large proportion of lands of forest areas lacks a management bodies to take decisions and implement measures. Therefore, from Livestream Forest Adapt, we are promoting private investment to save areas that are not financially lucrative or are being abandoned. In this way, companies can investigate throughout ESG plans, and forests can be front the climate change and once again become multifunctional producers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The second project will be presented by Franz Šepras of Rewilding Europe, and I would ask Tomáš Kušík of Bratislavské ochranárske združenie to prepare.
Yes, hello everyone. Maybe some of you heard about Rewilding Europe. We are practitioners working on the ground to create, if you like, climate resilient landscape where nature plays a key role. I heard lots of discussions here today and approaches where people have to intervene all the time, and we are forgetting about where the best knowledge is. That's in nature itself. And I think in Europe we have lost trust in how nature can restore itself, and that is what rewilding is very much about. If we want to restore nature at scale, we don't have the money to do this with interventions ourselves all the time, recurrent. A long time ago, a number of years ago, a study was already showing that if we want to manage all the Natura 2000 areas in Europe this way, we only have 10% of that money to do this. So we need nature to come in and do things by itself. And that's what Rewilding Europe tries to demonstrate at landscape level, working in 10 landscapes and by 2013, 15 large landscapes of at least 100,000 hectares, where we can show how nature restoration and rewilding can benefit both people and climate and nature itself. You will read more in the information I have at the desk. We have two roles. One is a demonstration role. We want these landscapes to become examples of what can happen at much larger scale in Europe, and we do this through all sorts of interventions, from dam removal to peatland rewetting to natural regeneration of forests, to bring in wildlife. I haven't heard the word wildlife here. It's a key role for wildlife to play in European nature, particularly also in forests, ecosystems. Developing those models that are scalable in these landscapes and then scale up from there. And this is, of course, the big challenge. It's nice to do all sorts of interventions in these landscapes. Even if that 1 million hectares in total, it's still very tiny. So the big question is, how do we scale up nature recovery in Europe, looking at the ambitions, but also the challenges that we have. And I think this is where, apart from the public sector and also the philanthropy sector, the private sector has to come in big time. I don't think we will be able to scale up nature recovery without the private sector. And this comes down to business models, to building pipelines. There's banks, financial institutions, investors waiting for us to come with business models that do not make forests worse, but make them better, wilder and more resilient. And building a pipeline for that, and this is, I think, what NCFF has also experienced, is extremely difficult in a European context still. So this is where we have to put a lot of focus. Just one last remark. again, I would like to say that in Europe we very much see nature as human managed and human dominated. We have completely forgot that this is actually very strange. The Earth-rich biodiversity has developed and been maintained over time by natural processes. And I think natural processes should be much more in our vision and in our practice than it is until now. And I invite you to my stand in a short hour.
Franz, thanks you. Thanks a lot. Exemplary, brief, up to the point. I'm sure you'll have many clients at your information stand during the session starting at 5. Do we have Tomáš Kušík here? If not, we'll spare a few minutes, but let me invite you then myself to inspect the information stand of Bratislavské regionálne ochranárske združenie. It's a Slovak organization working on the restoration of the water regime of various waterways, so please look up at the information panel in the corridor. Next project will be presented by Patrick Huven, the Geographical Arboretum of Tervuren, and Patrick will be coming once again later to present yet another great project dear to our hearts, those who live or used to live in Belgium. Patrick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and I want to, well, I miss Tomáš now, but I would answer to his remark that practitioners are not present in the room. Lucky enough they are. So I'm one of these that are managing forests on the field and that is selecting trees to be cut or planted. And therefore I have the honor to introduce you an idea based on the management of one of the best known arboreta in Europe. Many arboreta are about a century old or a bit older. They were established at the end of the 19th or beginning of the 20th century, and they were often collections, of course, but also used for education, for research, and to select trees to increase productivity in the forests, as it was the spirit of forestry at that time, as Bart Muis explained. But forest arboreta, as they are that old, as they have that history, are often years ahead when it comes to knowledge about climate change, because we have that experience in the field. The funny thing is that many of this, or lots of this experience is poorly used in science today. And as I'm managing the Arboretum of Tervuren, I have a special situation. This Arboretum is not a collection of individual trees, one next to each other, but it is a collection of about 30,000 trees and shrubs that are grouped in what you could call, in words of today, into tiny forests. It is, in fact, the idea to represent forest ecosystem or small ecosystems of their regions of origin. And what the idea is now is to disclose this know-how and this experience for forest practitioners and for science. We did so on a small scale in Tervuren itself, but we worked together with the Botanical Garden of Mese and the European Commission on a project that we would like to introduce in the upcoming years, and to make the data and experiences from this management available for botanical collections, but even more for foresters and forest practitioners in the field, and to help in this way, by the experience of arboreta older than a century, to be ready to cope with the challenges, the great challenges that we face for the forests of the next century. Thank you very much.
Patrick. Let me ask Eva to prepare, and in the meantime, let me thank Patrick. I'm also sure you'll have many people coming, and please, unless you have visited already the Arboretum in Tervuren, please do so, yeah? The next presenter will be Eva Buvková. You've seen her already in the water panel, and she will present what is being done in the National Park, Park Šumava. Eva, the floor is yours, and and the presentation is ready.
Okay, thank you very much for giving time. It's my great pleasure to introduce you the project Life for Myers, which is focused on a restoration of wetlands and functional water regime in the Šumava region. And the main goal of this project is restoration of wetlands and hydrology on the area more than 2,000 hectares, and which means removal of about 80 kilometers of drainage channels and restoration of about 20 kilometers of natural streams. What are the main innovating and inspiring aspects of this project? For the first, you can imagine we are working in the mountain area, so almost all habitats we are restoring, wetland habitats, are situated on sloping gradients. So we had to adapt all restoration methods to this complicated situation, and we, in relation to that, we developed specific concept of target water table, which is applied especially in Myers and spring and sloping springs, and which is able to assure increasing of water table along the whole sloping area. And we also found how alarming is proportion of highly disturbed springs, not only in the Šumava region, but also in other parts of the Czech Republic. And we highlighted that it is necessary to really focus on these neglected habitats, very small habitats, but very important for hydrology, for water regime in the landscape. And we developed the specific methods how to restore springs in the sloping mountain landscapes. And we also used, in addition to common variables used for monitoring of and assessment of restoration success, we used also evaluation of changes in surface temperature to assess the cooling effect of restored wetlands on landscape, which is, I think, quite important variable. And finally, we also implement several, many educational and dissemination activities, and maybe inspiring could be a comprehensive tutorial program for schools in the whole Czech Republic, which collaborate with the Šumava National Park, and we also prepare such a funny book, textbook for school children dealing with wetlands and restoration and water in the landscape. And that's all, briefly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eva. Let me ask Jiří Malík to prepare. And in the meantime, let me also invite you to the information stand of Eva on the National Park Šumava, and also to visit this place that is one of the most beautiful in the Czech Republic. Jiří, one of the projects that is closest to my heart, the living landscape. Please go ahead.
Poprosím o prezentaci, děkuji. Je mi ctí tady.
We'll ask you for the presentation. It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to present on the Living Landscape project. This is a project focused on adaptation to climate change. It could be used as an inspiration for any project around the world. The presentation is not running. I don't know what the problem might be. Okay, now it's working. So it's the living landscape model. You can see what was described in the morning. False structuring of the landscape, industrial landscape, and adaptation. Words are no longer sufficient. We need to act. And we have no time to waste. It means that we came up with a model which can be implemented very quickly, and it's a universal tool which makes it possible to design a landscape just anywhere around the world. And the result can be what was proposed here, all of the elements. We also need to present a solution that is efficient in terms of socio-economical aspects. At the same time, this can be done in one location. We can focus on several aspects, and this is a project that can be replicated anywhere around the world. Our objective is to have national climate plans. The Czech Republic is implementing a pilot project. However, we would like to cover all EU member states in the future. These are the elements that were discussed in the morning. In the Czech Republic, we have problems with drainage. You can see it on one of the photos. You can see the structure. It's visible. These are drainage systems. And I would like to draw your attention to one aspect. It concerns Europe as well. The Czech and EU system of water management is very chaotic. And therefore, we need to adopt a unified approach. You can see 5 points to focus on. The first one is return the water into the landscape, and the last one is transformation of agriculture. We need to get the civil society involved. We have to make sure that other stakeholders participate as well. It should not be just academia driving this process forward. This project, the implementation might take 38 years, and to change the ownership structure, it may take even much longer, over 100 years. This is what it looks like. You can see the contours of the landscape here. This is a perfect proposal for other regions. It will be like a chessboard, including green infrastructure, including biodiversity. And we will work on this together with municipalities, towns, also companies. I will show you a brief video so that you see what it looks like. The nature has to be water and also wind resistant. That's the aim. Now, this is about the Czech Republic. You will see the development. We already received an award, and we would like to present our methodology during the Czech presidency at the EU level. We would really appreciate it if it could be adopted into the common agricultural policy. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tomáš Vrška first to get ready. And to connect the dots, yeah, when I personally very much do like this model. However, till now it was extremely difficult, at least in the Czech Republic, to implement any of these measures besides others, due to the fact that the common agriculture policy basically did not incentivize anybody, any farmer, any forester, to do anything in terms of water retention. And the night is almost over at the end of this year, and the day starts on the 1st of January next year, when farmers and foresters will be rewarded for doing water retention measures on their land. So there's much hope and much more chance, yeah, that we will be not only in the Czech Republic but elsewhere able to implement it with the farmers and foresters on board. Tomáš, with my apologies, I keep the project on your project, training forest enterprise in Chile.
Yeah, thank you very much. I introduce our project very shortly. We are University Forest Enterprise, Mendel University in Brno. We operate on 10,500 hectares of forests, and 3 years ago we created an adaptation strategy for forests to mitigate climate change, to adapt the forest for the climate change, and we developed 16 silviculture models. And I say models because today we discussed about the concepts, but the concepts is some theoretical approach, and the models is a guideline for the foresters how to go step by step and select the trees, how is the intensity of forestry operations, etc. And these 16 models covers the possibilities how in the Central Europe is possible to work with different tree species composition, different spatial structure, and different intensity and expected productivity in combination with the supporting the biodiversity, etc. We have the network of very old forest reserves left to spontaneous development as the network on our property. It's 9% of the property is left to spontaneous development. It is a most area in our country out of the national parks, and these forest reserves are connected with some hotspots of a group of dead trees, and it is covered by different silvicultural models, as the example for the training the foresters, as I said during the discussion, for the training of the students, and of course for the scientists from our and other universities. And it is combined with this blue infrastructure, which is described in this project. It means they are the tools and the special operations to catch the water in the forests for the better condition of ecosystems. We have the old tradition, for example, conversion of even-aged forests to selection forestry. It is 50 years ago running, and now we prepared some new models, but it is, I think, necessary to see in the field, not only the theoretically. So this is our new approach for the presentation for public and for the foresters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomáš, and it's indeed one of the most innovative forestry projects in the Czech Republic, so please do visit the information panel and also visit the place where it's implemented, just 2 hours away from Prague. Moving to page 24, if you are still with us, and the brochure, and Hnutí Duha and Jaromír Bláha, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to introduce a project, Weeks for Landscape. The project involves public into the practical implementation of the adaptation measures in landscape. The volunteers are working in forests, mainly to improve the forest structure and tree species composition. They work in agricultural land, they work in wetlands, mainly to block the draining ditches, the old draining ditches. And after the 25 years we are holding this project, many volunteers can now see the results of their work. For example, at that case, in northern Moravia, we started 4 years ago with volunteers to spread the birch seeds at the huge clear cuts after the bark beetle cutting. And now, after the 4 years, the new volunteers coming there to continue the work and see the young forests composed by pioneer species of the trees, preparing the forest for the next trees. However, as a huge amount of worked hours after the 25 years this project, we see that this is only drop in the landscape ocean. We need systematic changes of laws, of legislation, of subsidies. We need application of new concepts in forestry, for example, proforestation, which meet both adaptation and mitigations effects. Close to nature forestry, which is not new, but still not enough. Proceed ecological forestry. We need more space for wilderness. The results of the project is more than 2,000 volunteers who knows what is necessary to do in landscape, because they saw it on their own eyes, they knew it with their own hands. Also, the public opinion polls, which was done here, show that the people want to have a healthy landscape. They want to change forestry, they want to change agriculture. So let's hurry it up. We don't have time enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And let me also add that Hnutí Duha, or Friends of the Earth of the Czech Republic, have been instrumental also for integrating sustainability and water retention, soil regeneration, forest resilience issues in the discussion of this strategic plan of the Czech Republic for the Common Agricultural Policy. Let us move to page 26, and that is the project of comprehensive landscape planning to be presented by Klára Salzman.
Good afternoon. It will be a small representation of landscape architects in the issue of landscape. My colleague Eva Jeníková. We are landscape architect, and now we are here in two positions. One as a landscape architect who work long time with the landscape issue and with the landscape planning. What's important that in the Czech Republic we have not landscape planning tool, but now we are working with the tool. Name of it is conception of adjustment of landscape in the master plans of the cities and of the villages. And we did it maybe 10 years, this project, for the villages who need it and who feel that they want a better landscape. What's important, our projects are complex and holistic, and we know find the space for the people activities, for the biodiversity, for the water, for the forest, and for these activities in the landscape. And on the other side, as teachers, we teach this methodology on the university, and I'm very happy about it that students are very interested about this side of landscape architecture. I think that is for our future is very important. Maybe if.
Yeah, well, let me just add a few remarks. Just a small question: is it innovative? It is in our country. What I want to say is that in the Czech Republic, we have no legal ground for landscape planning, and what we are doing is like preparing some base for making it possible to implement landscape planning into spatial planning, which we think is very, very important, because the complex view of landscape, of nature, human and social aspects, productivity, it's not really covered in our legislation. It's really distributed among resorts and so on. So this is why we feel it is very important to proceed in this thing. And what I would like to mention also is that the landscape plans that we have finished were most of them were initiated and also financed by municipalities with no help from the state level. So this is, I think, a very important mention. And with one exception, and it is a landscape plan of Potvorov that have been financed and initiated by Regional Authority of Plzeň. We are really glad that we as landscape architects can represent here the topic of landscape planning, which we really feel very important. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you've noticed, this has been obviously page 28 and 29, and now coming back to page 26, and let me invite again Martin Smetana, who's been already here before, to present what we do consider also very innovative approach on Blatnička farm. And let me ask Willem Jan to prepare for the adaptation mission.
This landscape restoration project takes you back in the times around 70 years ago, when our country was nice, teeming with life, and there were also people inside the country. However, 70 years ago there was a bad experiment called collectivization. The country was destroyed. This project shows, whole day we are talking about that there are missing leaders, people who will do what we are talking about. And this project shows that it is enough to be one leader. It doesn't matter if it is the owner of the land or if it is a farmer, and when he just decide, he can change whole country very quickly. So in just 5 years I have changed more than 65 hectares, and it doesn't need that I have to own 65 hectares. So it is the innovation that anybody, and doesn't matter how much land he has, can make a real change in our country. All we need is the will.
Thank you so much. Now moving to page 30 and one of the EU missions on adaptation to climate change. Willem Jan.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is a different type of project because we saw a lot of projects really local, bottom-up. This project is initiated by the European Commission, and it's more like supporting to get regions in Europe working specifically on climate adaptation and to support them in building resilience to impacts of climate change. And for that, the mission reaches out to the regions. I mean, we have the member states working on it, and we know member states are working together with regions and local authorities. It differs a bit from country to country, but here there is a direct support for regions, can also be local authorities, working together with NGOs, with civil society, but also with scientific institutes to really get resilient. There are some themes in this approach: critical infrastructure, land use and food systems, water management and health, topics we discussed today. And also a key cross-cutting element is working with nature. There is a lot of calls now where scientific institutes and regions can apply both to get financial funding, but there is also a whole network of sharing experience. And last but not least, one of the initiatives is a mission charter, which is open for every region in Europe who's interested to be part of this mission. And and then you will be connected to others, to institutes, and sharing experiences, but also you can get financial support. So I think an interesting project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Willem Jan. And as we do know that there are representatives of regions, of Czech regions in this room, so let me invite you to gather at 5 o'clock at the information stand of Adaptation Mission to get more information and more details about how to cooperate within this EU mission. The sister mission, EU Soil Mission, and Claudia Olazabal. floor is yours.
Thank you. I've been asked to present to you the Soil Deal for Europe, which is one, as I said this morning, one of the 5 missions. Budget €1 billion. It has 4 very strong components. One is research and innovation, fundamental research, but also, of course, functional research, so research that is aimed at the market, also at practitioners, so that it has a very functional touch to that research. It's, of course, it has a mission on board with the top soil scientists in Europe, and that also includes Wim and Katarina, who are here and can give you more details. It has the second component is very much soil literacy, so it has a lot of awareness raising, societal awareness on the importance of soil, so that's the second pillar of the mission. The third pillar of the mission is very much on soil monitoring, getting data on the condition of soil, so that would be the third pillar. And the most appealing one that you would like is what they call living labs and lighthouses. So I'm presenting this, by the way, I should say that it's the colleagues of DG Agriculture that deal with this, with money from Horizon Europe. It's not only agricultural soil, it's forest soils, industrial soils, urban soils, all the soils you can think of would be covered by the soil mission. So lighthouses would also cover any project of experimenting. So there would be a project, it could be a farm, a forest stand, or an industry, or a brownfield rehabilitation of a contaminated site. So it has the touch of testing, so that's the living lab touch to it, testing some technology or testing some theory, a bit like with the Arboreta of Patrick, testing things on the ground. So that's the living labs, and they would like to launch 100 living labs in the EU, so there will be calls for people wanting to join and do a living lab. So that's the living labs. And then the other big flagship initiative is the lighthouses. The lighthouses have a touch of demonstration. So something that has worked, we know it works, so we put it as a demonstration so that people come and see and can see to what extent that can be replicable elsewhere in other areas. So the lighthouses also, that would be, I think, developed by Coles. So if you have a good idea, you have already proven it's a good idea, and you want to now disseminate it and upscale it, that would be the lighthouses approach. And there is a web page where you will find everything that I've told you, together with the Coles and all the details, and my colleagues in DG Agriculture would be very happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia, for stepping in. And let me invite French Czech Republic of the State Land Office of Czechia. And in the brochure, we are on the page 34.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing here State Land Office of Czech Republic as an organization unit of Ministry of Agriculture of Czech Republic, and I want to see you and tell you some information and main information about our project, which we called Monitoring of Soil Erosion of Agricultural Land. This project was established 10 years ago as a cooperation with State Land Office of Czech Republic and Research Institute for Soil and Water Conservation. What is the unique of this project? What is the innovative aspect? What is most interesting on this project? I think that is the one thing, that is this project is nationwide monitoring in Czech Republic and is based on public cooperation. That means that anybody can notify erosion event through our office and through our authorized employees. So I think that is unique in Czech Republic and so in whole Europe, because I don't know any similar project through Europe, and we can discuss with you your experiences from similar projects. So during these 10 years we monitored about 2,500 events, and we collect from this monitoring a lot of data, very interesting data, to our database. And what is the bad news that from which of 2,500 events are 250 repeated, so it's a little bit worse situation in these places. So this system serves as something like as feedback for our agricultural policy. I mean the subsidy system or methodology in soil protect and so on. So if you want to know more details about impacts of this project in the practice, we can discuss after 5 o'clock. And I would invite you for discussion about system of land consolidation in Czech Republic, because it's very interesting adaptation tool in Czech Republic for changing a lot of things which was all the day discussed there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, František. And let me invite Milan Janák of WWF Slovakia and his colleague Matthias Farkas to prepare. Milan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Climate for Sea Life project, the name of the project stands for Climate Smart Forest Management for Central and Eastern Europe. This project is financed from the LIFE program Climate Change Adaptation strand of the European Union. What is it about? Maybe it is not a surprise to you that some of the forests in Europe, and especially in our region in the Central and Eastern Europe, are still managed in a clear-cut forest management. This represents huge impact, especially on soil and on the water resources, but also has impacts or consequences to the forest structure and the forest vitality and the resilience towards the climate change as well. So what is the problem? The natural hazards such as droughts, wildfires, bark beetle infestations, or presence of other pests, they were all present in the past as well, but with the climate change, the frequency and the impacts of these hazards are much more serious and more frequent nowadays. So what could be the solution to these problems? What we are seeking in the project? Our project is not innovative per se, so we are not trying to invent something very new, but we want to, at first, we want to prevent happening this situation what you can see on the picture, where in some parts of our region it is even very hard or even impossible to maintain the forest canopy nowadays with the current management systems. So what shall be the solution? We have inspired ourselves in neighboring countries such as in Czech Republic and in Germany, where these kind of lowland forests, mostly composed by pine, are also present, and they are managed in different systems, which can be called uneven-aged Scots pine forests. It is a combination maybe of shelter wood system and selective logging, but in our particular conditions in Slovakia and also in southwestern Bulgaria, which is also part of the project, it is something new. So the Climate for Sea Life project aims to improve the management of forests in our region by fostering transition from the conventional forestry to what we called climate smart forest management. This should be happening by reviewing of existing forest management models, by using some mathematic tools such as modeling and growth simulators, by demonstrating and evaluating climate smart forestry measures in demonstration plots in Slovakia and Bulgaria, by strengthening replication of the climate-smart forest management through adaptation of forest management plans and national programming documents for the EU funds. And last but not least, by increasing awareness about climate-smart forest management practices among forestry and conservation professionals, but also public in the Central and Eastern Europe region. Thank you very much. You are invited to join me at our stand.
Thank you very much, Milan, and let me invite Matthias Farkas from the WWF Hungary and partners, and ask already now whether we have anybody from Intersucho, the Czech project, to get ready. Otherwise, I will try to manage myself. Matthias.
Thank you very much. So my name is Matthias Farkas. I'm from WWF Hungary, where I work for 5 years now on restoration of small aquatic ecosystems. And a big challenge we face is, since we are a foundation, we cannot own land and we cannot implement projects on our own land. We always need to find partners. We also don't want, by the way, to own land and manage lands because it's hugely expensive. And the innovative part in our approach is the partners we are seeking. So we have decided to build a long program on working with local municipalities. And the reason is that there are over 3,000 local municipalities in Hungary. And they are in a very good place to implement water retention projects. They are usually owners of land, small plots of land, and they're also motivated to somehow make their settlement a little bit more green and a little bit more livable. So the first project we have implemented focused on 5 municipalities all around the country, and we have persuaded some mayors through a long series of trainings and dissemination events to really take this green approach of realizing the value of water. And in a Second Life project, we have focused on only 2 of these municipalities and the municipalities surrounding them. So in the Second Life project, we managed to take really a catchment level approach with neighboring municipalities. And what we see is that after a series of meetings and after educating mayors, it's very easy to find committed green and progressive mayors who are willing to devote land from municipality and restore aquatic ecosystems. So we will continue this work, and we hope you will also take this innovative approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Anybody from Intersucho? If not, let me introduce this project very briefly. It's one of the projects that we are very proud of in the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, I know they do have a major meeting taking place, unfortunately, also today. This is the reason why I cannot be here. And it's page 40 in the brochure, and it's a complex system for both monitoring and forecasting of drought in the Czech Republic. And one of the innovative elements of the project is that they do combine very sophisticated network of meteorological stations with the knowledge and measurements of farmers and people present in the land who can chip in and like on daily basis verify whether they got the forecast right. Extremely interesting, intersucho.cz or interdrought.cz. More information both in the brochure and on the information panel. Without further delay, the next project is Merlin project that is very similar history. These 3 days they do have a steering committee. It's a sister project of Waterlands project that will be presented in a minute. One of the biggest project at the moment with many partners involved, 17 flagship restoration projects, and for instance they do remove weirs and dams, and they are rewetting peatlands. They implement measures to connect rivers and their floodplains. Extremely interesting and just starting financed also from EU funds. So also more information, page 42, and the information panel. Moving to our dear Forêt de Soignes, Sonian Forest, with you, Patrick, even with a colleague, yeah? So the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're presenting two projects. In fact, as one of the posters seems to be missing in the brochure, but might be interesting. Willem-Jan invited us this morning to scale up our efforts, and that's what we'll try to do. I'm managing the Arboretum of Ter Vuren, 120 hectares, but in fact this is only a mandate beside my main job, which is managing about 8,500 hectares of forest south of Brussels. And one of the most known is maybe the Zonian forest, and Bart will tell just after how we scale up to Flanders, which is the northern half of Belgium, let's say. So, but for the Zonian forest, or the forest south of Brussels, beside of the Zonian forest itself, on less than 20 kilometers of Brussels center, there is also the Halle forest, the blue forest of Belgium, well known because of its hyacinths, and the Meerdal forest close to Leuven, and the valley of the Deile, one of the most natural valleys of Belgium, all together in an area of about 50,000 hectares, of which 20,000 hectares is a valuable natural area. This brought us to the idea to establish a national park after our minister launched a call for projects, in fact a contest to design, to develop 4 national parks in Flanders in the upcoming 2 or 3 years. We believe we have a good position to build one of these national parks really at the edge of 4 main cities in Belgium, between Brussels, Leuven, Wavre, Waterloo and Halle. We want to bring together a broad coalition which already comprises authorities on local, on regional, on national level, also NGOs, but we try to involve also farmers, we try to involve healthcare institutions and so on to establish a master plan for this national park. And it looks like if we heard this conference 2 years ago, because we have to finish the master plan for May 2023, but looks what's in it already. Many things that have been told today, like Claudia stressed this morning, the importance of increasing carbon levels into soil, it's in there. The idea of reducing paved surfaces by an important level to strengthen water retention, purification, pure water importance is in there. Afforestation, we want to increase the forest cover in that area by 500 hectares. We want to develop or to evolve towards a kind of a triad approach, what Bart Meus just stressed, by setting aside about 25% of the natural area, but at the same time increase the number of multifunctional forests too. And even we try to bring nature into the people's own garden by increasing the number or increasing the tree cover in the villages. We are encouraging the villages to plant another 1,000 trees in the next 2 or 3 years, and we try to find volunteers encouraging people to increase biodiversity in their own garden. So it's a complete package which will be our master plan for the National Park of the Forests of Brabant, as we call it. And then we hope that in 2 years, as many of you seem to visit Brussels regularly, that in 2 years you will be invited not only to visit Brussels, but to stay a few days longer and to visit our National Park of the Forests of Brabant. Thank you very much and see you there.
So I've been working for nearly 40 years with Patrick and with Bart and with many others in Flanders as a manager of the most poor forests in the campaign and the most rich forest in the Brabantse Wadden, where Patrick was speaking about. And I have been asked to close the gap, like the man from Pro Silva called it, between what's the theory and what should foresters do on the field. So I invite you to go to see the the posters we made about it in which we make, I would not say a menu, but the standards, how we want our foresters to work the next years or the next decades on the field. Which trees will we have to plant? How will we use natural regeneration? How will we restore the climate, the forest microclimate? For instance, in the previous standards was told we had to make 15% of the space open in the forest. Nowadays we say no, don't do it. Use techniques on a tree basis. Keep forest gaps smaller than a half hectare. How shall we make the soil restoration, etc. So I ask you, if you have a little bit time, give us comments on it, because in Flanders we would be very pleased if we could make this system of standards better. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and you'll be able to find on your way to dinner 2 stands joined with the Arboretum of Tervuren, the Forêt de Soignes, and you'll learn much more. Last project, page 46 in the brochure, Waterlands project, and once again let me invite Paul Chatterton on the floor.
Thank you, Mikhail. Last one, the fact that everyone is still awake is a good sign, and I think a testament to some excellent projects. It's really an honour to be among you all. Quick introduction to the Waterlands program. This is a Horizon 2020 project. Yes, 32 organisations. What a disaster! The University College Dublin is trying to keep us all together and doing a remarkably good job. I have to say they're a real delight to work with. But conservation organisations, municipalities, universities and so on. The goal is water-based solutions for carbon storage, people and wilderness, and you can see it's very much about restoring, doing real restoration with communities, with governance that's going to last, and then thinking about how to scale that with finance. 5 years, which is a real luxury, and 23 million euros, which is even more of a luxury. And it's part of, so Waterlands and Merlin, which you just heard about, are two of 4 Horizon 2020 Green Cluster restoration projects that are learning from each other. And we haven't really started that process yet, but I think that's going to be quite exciting. 21 locations, my God. But 6 of them are real focus areas, the action sites, and that's where we're going to be doing the hard work. We're going to be learning from some of the best examples around Europe, the 15 examples, and hopefully sharing lessons among us all from all of these places. And you can see some of those locations there. Ireland. So there's 3 peatland programs. Those first 3: Ireland, Estonia, and the Great North Bog of England. You've got coastal wetlands with Venice Lagoon and the Netherlands, Groningen, and restoring a river wetland with Bulgaria. The challenge, 23 million sounds a lot, but and 5 years is a luxury, but the challenge is to take that money and think about long-term instruments that can scale up. And this is what we're thinking about for Ireland, how to take multiple sources of finance, link them together with all of the sectors that value and need the peatlands of Ireland. The energy industry owns 250,000 hectares of peatlands they have to restore, forest the same, and 3,000 farmers own about the same. So we're talking about 700,000 hectares. How to build a national and landscape mechanism that can deliver the results, and what we'll be doing in those particular sites is testing out the mechanism to achieve this so that this can last. So there's Waterlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And you may also try to ask Paul about the Merlin project, yeah, if you are there at his tent. These are sister projects, finance from Horizon, and as connecting the dots, you've heard about the EU various missions. So if you're interested in any sort of similar project, you might like also to see the opportunities within the EU adaptation and soil missions. One last remark within this session on the Living Landscape project. Due to time constraints, the presenter was not able to present the concrete steps going from the landscape mapping of water potential to actual implementation of concrete projects. So you're cordially invited to the stand of Living Landscape to get an explanation and a presentation of concrete steps, and it's really worth it. Before our coffee break, I first am happy to conclude that we managed to do the session within 1 hour, believe it or not, and invite to our floor a distinguished guest, Sahel Rashid Baik, who is representing here the children and youth constituency to the United Nations framework on climate change. And at the same time, she will bring the perspective of both youth and developing countries to what we have heard so far. Sahel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. Can you guys hear me fine? I think I'm too small for this. Okay. Yeah. No. Hello, everyone, and a huge congratulations to the Czech Republic for finally showing this great impact event on adaptation. It is good to see that we have common recognition in the room that we must, as a community, invest in a massive effort to adapt to higher temperatures, rising seas, more unpredictable rainfalls, more acidic oceans, and the recent floods in my home country, Pakistan. That is one of the devastating examples of it. Now, before we move forward to my slides, I would just want to recall some of the key learnings, key takeaways that I will be taking with me as a young person. That includes that we need to adapt to a resilient landscape, to learn together and take advantage of the synergies, but most importantly, how the Minister of Environment mentioned this morning and highlighted the interconnection of gender and adaptation governance. Following the UNFCCC process as a young person for 6 years, it was great to see the reiteration of the significant need for both of the agenda items to be mentioned and addressed together. Now, we heard again and again that it is a global task to achieve this together. And as much as I appreciate all the examples that have been mentioned in the room today, I would like to recall two of the phrases from the draft Prague appeal that you can all see on your tables, which is number one, stress the importance of education and awareness raising on climate resilient landscape, investing in nature-based solution, ecosystem services. Okay, I sent an updated version, so this is not an update. But there's one which is focused on young people and amplifying their voices and the importance of education and awareness on climate resilient landscape. Number two is conscious of the fact that the cost of an action to curb climate change and its impact now is much lower than the future cost of inaction. And now if we go to the next slide and talk a little in figures about the floods in Pakistan and what it actually means to children, young people living there, it's that more than 1 million houses have been destroyed or damaged. Over 1,100 people have been dead, or more than 33 million displaced, cost over 10 billion in damage. At least 670,000 children have been affected, according to the United Nations Office of the Coordination on Humanitarian Affairs. Although the real number is, of course, much higher, as said the Save the Children, which is an international organization advocacy around children and young people. Now, there is no back to school for thousands of children, as nearly 19,000 of schools have been damaged by the flood. I'm not getting into adaptation fund or adaptation gap that we are dealing with, as you all in the room might know about it, but only want to emphasize on the implementation, as it has been emphasized upon continuously in this room before, and inclusion of young people meaningfully to achieve those solutions that we have been discussing today. Now, thankfully, there are many bright spots as well where adaptation efforts have already begun. For example, building resilient homes in the Philippines after the devastating typhoon, and community involvement in Indonesia, taking into account the voices of the indigenous people based there, and also risk pooling in Africa, which is the African disaster risk financing, a few among many other examples from the developing world. What I would like to also say is that I would like to go back to the point one, basically. Sorry for this. Yes. So I would like to go back to point one and want to thank the EU for always being an ally and a friend in the negotiating rooms at the UNFCCC negotiations and beyond the negotiating rooms as well, for all the young people, and continuously moving forward for the agenda for children and young people in the negotiating room and beyond. And want to again stress on the same point on amplifying the youth voices. I really respect every single policymaker, every single civil society member that is present here in the room, and really respect everybody's time as well, but only want every single person who defined themselves as a young person still staying in this room after the whole day of discussion on super concrete things and super technical things that they might not even understand sometimes, to stand up in the room right now. So if you define yourself as a young person, stand up. Yeah, so now I want you all to kind of look back and clap for every single individual present here in this room who still stayed after the whole day, giving their Tuesday to this conversation. It really shows what it means to the young people, what they bring to the conversation, the fresh blood and energy, the passion and the drive that they have for the agenda. As Jane also mentioned, a great importance on young engineers, if I'm not wrong. This is the future that we want to have, and with all of your help, this is the future that we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sal, for bringing also energy, the youth energy into the room, late afternoon already. And also we very much hope you would serve as a little bit of our ambassador vis-à-vis youth and vis-à-vis developing countries. And also thanks for mentioning the Prague appeal, which is a nice bridge for me to remind you that on your desks you have found the draft of the Prague appeal that we'll discuss after a short coffee break. It will be in the hands of Ladislav Miko. Please first, thank you very much, the panelists, for sending us your comments. Second, for time constraints, we would not be able to go word by word and to modify the texts. So if there are any major issues that you absolutely disagree with, or some measures that you think are missing and should be absolutely mentioned, please do approach Ladislav or myself already during coffee break so we can pre-discuss and save some time during the next session. So now, 15-minute break. Thank you very much, and we will discuss the summary of the conference, the Prague deal, and closing remarks after it. Thank you very much.
20 minut na to mám. Ať mě tam pustí 20 minut běžíc. No.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear guests, and Madam Minister, let me to still use a great amount of generated energy which I feel in this room to come to conclusions. I will explain the way how we were preparing the documents, and I will also explain how your comments have been incorporated with a desire and hope that at the end of my presentation we could agree on what is being then the background for the presentation of Madam Minister at the European Environmental Council in end of October. Let me first to say that we are speaking about one, let's say, more general document which is called Prague Appeal, which is more summarizing in very general way the elements which we have seen, found, documented in our discussions and in the projects which are presented here today. The Prague Appeal is or was prepared in 3 steps. First step was that the organizing colleagues, basically preparing this conference, have been looking at the information which we have got from the projects and from the speakers and prepared the first draft, which was then commented by all speakers, and then we implemented the elements which came from discussion. And finally, during today, we have got some additional elements which have been incorporated as well, and the print which you have got before the previous session on in printed form and also by email is all, let's say, including the elements which we have got from your side. So this document is pretty much the result of the consultation with you yourself involved, and we believe that we captured everything what came from your side. The important thing is that we didn't exclude any comment which we have got. So basically everything is in, let's say, general formulation. But before I will go through the Prague Appeal text, we have also the second element, which have been prepared by my colleagues during today's conference. It is basically a kind of, you probably cannot read. I will read, it doesn't matter, but believe me, it is a document I have here, and this is the something what we can call the minutes of today's conference. We tried to put there all important issues which have been mentioned, and this is a document which is still open, so once I read it, I will go through it. If you feel that something really important which was said today at the meeting is missing there, we are open to get it from you. Just please give it in a formulation you would like to see, and we will add it to this document. Both documents together will be then serving as a background, as I said, for presentation of Madam Minister as a President of the European Council in Environment later in October. So let me now, unfortunately we cannot make it bigger, can we? I will read it slowly and I hope that you can follow me. So first I am reading the minutes of today's discussion, today's conference. We have heard about multiple strategic and legislative instruments in the European Union, for example, Adaptation Strategy, Soil Strategy, Biodiversity Strategy. Now you see it, great. Forest Strategy, Farm to Fork Strategy, Green Deal, Nature Directives, Water Framework, Flood Directive, with the Nature Restoration Law representing a major opportunity. It is necessary to link strategies and share experiences to avoid dead ends. We are facing serious pressures and threats. Now several bullets, as you can see. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. We are facing increasing frequency of climate extremes, droughts, wildfires, floods, heat waves, etc., which has caused widespread disruption in nature that billions of people depend on. Ecosystems are losing their functions, worsening the impact of climate change. Human pressure on biodiversity is increasing constantly. Agricultural intensification in Europe leads to loss of soil biodiversity and causing soil degradation. Forests are becoming net source of emissions. It's probably simplistic, but as I said, if you feel that it needs to be amended, we are ready to do so. And hydrological cycle is disrupted. Around 70% of the world's wetlands have been destroyed. We can move probably the page up. Yes, we are there. Worldwide action is more urgent than expected, as the landscape health is a global issue. Designing resilient landscape in the EU requires global transformative change. There are some urgent needs, and again in bullet points. Strong focus on implementation of adaptation strategies to improve the governance using synergies. National and regional policies should include adaptation measures. Reduce land use competition and excessive land use for animal feed. It should be connected with developing new food and feed sources. You see that the formulations are a bit like will need to be polished, but I believe that you would believe that we will not change the sense of that, and probably the order should be also managed. Then ensure a transformative change to get rich soils with more emphasis on biodiversity. Then restore the sponge function of the landscape regarding the water management and avoid further deforestation and degradation of intact ecosystems. Within these issues, still in the break during the last coffee, I have got 3 more additions to that. They are not fully formulated, I will get them, but just for your information, we will add the need to allocate the focused or blended landscape finance instruments in order to start the adaptation measures with support also coming from the European level. Second is mentioning bioeconomy as important tool to employ nature-based solutions. And the third is issue of addressing gap for forest managers between the plans and the practical implementation, which is about kind of manuals or the ways of how to do what is needed in practical terms. Multiple measures as solutions and opportunity were presented and are representing the climate resilient development. First, integrate conservation, climate and societal actions into spatial planning. Nature-based, next page please. Yeah, we are there. Nature-based solutions, as I have different setting in my paper, so that's why, sorry. Nature-based solutions as a priority whenever suitable, they provide protecting nature along with the economic investment. Making sustainable soil management the new normal of the CAP, as healthy soil is enabling resilient ecosystems. Connection of water systems, stream hydromorphology restoration and groundwater flows. Increase carbon storage in soils as a part of sustainable soil management. The climate-smart forestry and agriculture as a significant scope for optimizing use of land resources to support biodiversity and produce biomass. Then biodiversity-oriented forest management should be oriented to cultural as well as to natural landscapes. And finally, it's crucial to promote advisory services and trainings for landowners and to implement broad education initiatives as a whole. So we had several times the education and let's say knowledge issue mentioned. The final paragraph is, we have heard in the afternoon presentations on different innovative projects covering water retention, soil protection, forest restoration and landscape planning, often using nature-based solutions. All projects are captured in the brochure and discussion will be possible later today. This is just constatation. I also want to mention that the brochure will be also part of the information provided to environmental ministers at the Council. So, I mean, we don't need to go into text with mentioning each and other type of solutions because they will be summarized in the brochure. I believe you all have seen already. So, this would be, let's say, content, not yet the form, of the minutes from today's discussions, and I believe that we managed, or my colleagues actually, managed to capture all the important elements. If you will still feel that there is something really missing, we will be ready to collect it either today or tomorrow and complement to the final document. So please feel free if you will have any additions. Obviously, don't feel obliged to come with comments, okay? Indeed, only if it's needed, if we forgot something. So, that would be minutes and the brochure. And now, let me just shortly comment the text of Prague Appeal. The Prague Appeal is a document which we believe will be used as a reference to this conference in the longer term. Therefore, the formulations there, we really tried to make in more general terms to be applicable to the broader policy discussions, but also to fulfill the main goal of today's conference, which is to identify which are the elements of success of adaptation projects which are implemented in Europe already, and which are the major barriers which we need to address in order to expand this success also more broadly in the European context. We do believe that it may be inspirational also for outside of Europe discussions, and I'm saying that because we will be discussing at the same Council also the positions of European Presidency towards the global biodiversity framework discussion in CBD COP in Montreal. So the first part, and I'm now not going to read it because everyone should have text both in the email or in printed version on your desks, but the first part is basically the summarizing of the things which we see as the description of the present situation related to the climate change and building climate resilient landscapes. So it is about the recognizing the severity of the problem, about summarizing of the situation we have in the Europe, and also about recognizing the importance of the adaptation agenda and in solution. Now, after this preamble, we have altogether 10 points, and it would be great if we can keep it 10 points, of conclusions which have been, as I said, combined from your inputs and from your projects and from your posters which we have got to this conference. And allow me to say that the most important are first 2 points, which, as I already indicated, summarize the elements in first point, common elements of successful projects. In other words, the elements showing what works for good adaptation project, which could be the inspiration for the future development of the projects and the broader frameworks in the Europe. And probably those points, because I think the number points 1 and 2 are the core of the appeal. I am going to read them. So the common elements of successful projects are: they succeeded in mainstreaming climate change mitigation and adaptation. They addressed all elements and functions of the landscape. They were based on the best available science and data. They championed nature-based solutions whenever possible. They were based on systems understanding of environmental, social and economic aspects. They supported networking and cooperation among all stakeholders to provide mutual inspiration, share best practices, and find synergies among projects and policies. They were embedded in national, regional, or local policies and strategies. The visions for landscape and plans were based on a shared vision of stakeholders. The project leveraged local participation and action. The local economic and social needs were addressed in a building solution, and long-term financing was secured to maintain actions and scale up their impact. Here I will just invite you to raise hands if you believe that any of your projects don't really fit within this common list of the elements which were unifying in the view of those who were contributing all the projects. I believe that we can hopefully agree that this list reflects the reality. And again, if you will have, I still want to not close totally the option if you really feel that it was some common element for the project presented here after you have seen them in the discussion which is still to come, and you will feel that there is an element which needs to be still highlighted. We will be able to add it obviously to the list. But I hope that with text as presented of the point 1, we could get your consent. Now the second point is about the obstacles or barriers or things we need to address in order to develop successful rollout of projects and policies which should lead to climate resilient landscape. So let me to read those which we together with your comments managed to identify. First, adaptation is rarely the focus of stakeholder attention, which adversely affects the allocation of both financial and human resources. Second, serious information gaps persist among decision makers and the wider public regarding adaptation measures and their importance for ecosystem services. Third, insufficient attention is paid to governance structures, inclusiveness, justice, and equity when designing and delivering adaptation projects. Fourth, opportunities to engage business actors and commercial financing are often neglected. Next, complex formal procedures and sectoral policy strategies without the financial support of concrete response measures hinder efficient action. Next, actions still do not reach sufficient scale to have a significant impact. And last 2 points, some economic interests oppose climate resilient development of landscapes, and insufficient attention is paid to reverse fragmentation of the natural environment. Again, I am pretty sure that we can list a longer list of the elements which may eventually be barriers, but we were building that list on what was presented here and what was presented in the projects which we could see here or which we have heard to be presented during today's discussion. The same as in the point 1, if you will have something what dramatically you feel is missing in terms of general element which is seen as a barrier, please let us know after the session with presentation of projects, and we could complement. And the remaining points, which are more general, they are not only related to projects themselves, but rather to the overall, let's say, situation. Let me to read them. The point 3 is we call as participants to this conference upon project designers and implementers to consider using the above mentioned elements of successful projects and policies. This is quite logical, I assume. that what works should be kept. We urge the ministers of the environment of European Union member states to cooperate in removing the above-mentioned obstacles wherever they persist, and in promoting integrated models of resilient landscape design and management. Then this is all about our findings, how they are going to be used. We remind decision makers of mutual benefits between climate change mitigation and adaptation on one hand, and biodiversity conservation and nature restoration on the other. I hope that by participating in this event, which have been exactly designed in order to put together different aspects of the policy priorities, which should work together, is well, let's say, phrased or formulated by this point. The point 6, the participants underlined that the completion of legislative framework as foreseen in the Green Deal, including the nature restoration law, the soil legal framework, and the EU Forest Strategy, is a prerequisite for an efficient implementation of nature-based adaptation measures. Point 7, exhort businesses and the financial sector to explore commercial opportunities of investing in nature-based solutions, ecosystem services recovery, and landscape resilience. So this is basically a call towards the business sector to support these efforts. Point 8, stress the importance of education and awareness raising on climate resilient landscapes and of the involvement of young people in the action delivery. I think this was the element which we heard several times in almost every section. Number 9, appeal to all institutions, public and private, as well as to individuals, to help create climate resilient landscapes based on their respective capabilities. This is a point which we try to express, that the result and success is dependent on the very broad participation of everyone who could participate in this process. And finally, inviting decision makers and project designers in both developed and developing countries to make use of innovative methods and transformative solutions presented at this conference. So this is a clear call which goes beyond the territory of European Union, and which we probably could serve also to the discussion which is more broader and global. So this should be, and I hope we can agree on that, this would be our Prague appeal from this conference. Before I conclude, I am still opening. Please, can you indicate if we generally addressed the issues as you felt to be discussed today in the conference, and which are also elements of the project or the approaches you were presenting here? And I'm not asking about now voting, but rather other way around. Please indicate if you have some principal issues to be added or changed, so we can then contact you and address you. If it is not the case, I see 1, okay. 2, yes. Would you be able to say in one sentence what it is, the elements which are missing, and then the concrete formulation we will address after the session, just for others to know what we are going to discuss. So, yes, here first, and then colleague. Yeah, please.
Well, I would say there's been an excellent job done, so this is just to add. Yeah, in the minutes, well, we had a whole session on water and wetlands, but just one small mention of sponges in the minutes. So there's a couple of points to add there. For example, about restoring connectivity of water systems. This was discussed by many. I won't list this. I have 3 points which I think were well discussed and also well demonstrated in the projects. in the minutes. And in the Prague appeal, it's again, there could be one or two small points which would bring the water emphasis a bit clearer. Just a couple of words here and there, not much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to say, I mean, for the minutes, you don't need even to announce because you just sent us your additions, all of you, and we will add it as it was presented here. So this is certainly welcomed, and the elements of the water to be added in appeal we will discuss after we finish today's session. And I see Mr. Malik.
Thank you very much. I am very happy with the course of the conference and with the Prague appeal, but I think we have forgotten one sector, and that is banking. We should also call upon the banks, because there is a representative of a large European bank. On the other hand, there are also insurance and reinsurance companies that deal with the climate change as well. Maybe we could call upon them also to participate in the adaptation to climate change.
In English, just for all the participants, this is I agree in general terms, but it is included in the point 7, which is about the business and financial sector to find the solutions which will support. You are mentioning the concrete elements of that, which I think we can keep as a note to explain in detail if this will be discussed. So, I mean, yes, thank you. Okay, with your agreement, I would say, and with what I already said, we are still open to add the elements to the minutes of the conference if you feel there are missing. With that, I would conclude that based on the process which we shortly finalized here, we could count with your consent or take the Prague appeal as accepted by this plenary, and thank you for that. We will certainly use it for further work, and the minutes you will get amended minutes with the additional elements obviously distributed all of you before we use them. And with that, I think my job is done, except of the very last and very pleasant duty, which is to introduce again our Minister of Environment, Madam Hubáčková, and ask her for the closing remarks. Madam Minister, please.
Distinguished participants of today's conference, dear friends, dear guests. I'm standing here today in front of you to conclude today's conference. I wished very much that this conference would be fruitful for you, beneficial and practical. I wished that it would be hands-on. My wish was that you would feel that the time you spent here was not useless. I wish that you would feel that you had the opportunity to exchange practical examples, opinions, experiences, and also to try to compare various projects, and also to look at different perspectives when it comes to adaptation. I'm very pleased to see that we have so many representatives from NGOs, from state and governmental institutions, and also nature preservation agencies. We have many among us. We all share the wish to do something about the climate change. In front of me is the text of the Prague appeal. What I said in the morning is what I will repeat now again. I would like to present it to environmental ministers at the EU ENVI Council. However, I thought that it would be very brief, that I would learn it by heart. However, I can see that I will not be able to do that because you included so many elements, so much information, so I will not be able to read it, I will not be able to learn it by heart. It would be necessary to disseminate this text in writing, otherwise I would forget some important elements, and I would say that all of the elements on the list are equally important. We should also state that legislation on soil protection is still missing. I know that work is being done on it. This is really key. It has been mentioned many times during today's conference that without healthy soil, many other things are not possible. Now our conference is coming to an end. I wished that we would have a working conference. Now I'm looking at you, participants. Could you give me feedback? Could you maybe nod? Could you let me know? Could you give me a signal whether my colleagues succeeded in their endeavors? I would like to make a compliment to my colleagues organizers. I would like to thank them and applaud. Thank you very much. I have to say that I'm very satisfied with my team. I'm very happy to have such excellent colleagues. This day was not sufficient for exchanging all of the opinions, practical examples. Even tonight, we will have the opportunity to continue our discussions. And I can say the same about tomorrow's excursions. We would like to show you some good examples. I would like to wish you a nice evening, and I hope that tomorrow's program will be another source of inspiration for you. Thank you very much for coming here. I hope that this was not a waste of time for you, and once again, let me thank my team for preparing this conference. Thank you.
Final housekeeping remarks. On the Prague appeal, lots of big thanks to you. We'll incorporate last two elements, and as you may have noticed in the brochure, there is a dedicated double page for the Prague appeal. So before you leave, at the dinner you'll be finding the hard copy of the final version of the Prague appeal. So please do use it and do put it in your brochure, that you do have something that we believe will help us to make this conference and the thoughts, ideas, projects to continue its life in the future. On the field trips, if there is anybody who has not yet signed up for any of the 3 trips and would still like to do so, please do not forget, downstairs at the accreditation desk there is a list. It's very important for the organization. Now what will follow, we'll have individual discussions with project implementers and facilitators. So please do not run away. It could be a very interesting and important part of this event. Make use of this unique opportunity that we have all these amazing experts among us, and do ask them all the questions. Since there will be another event taking place in this room, so as soon as we finish here, please do take all your stuff outside of this room to prevent that it's packed and sent somewhere else where you might have a problem to find it. After your discussions at 6:30, the dinner will be served in the same room as the lunch was, so you're invited 6:30 for the dinner, and then I'm offering to those who may be interested a sightseeing walk to the evening or night Prague. So if you're interested, just please let me know. And on my behalf, if I can join Madam Minister to thank a lot you, thank Laco, all the panelists, thanks a lot, all the project implementers and facilitators, all the interpreters, thank you so much, our technicians and IT support, and the whole organizing team. And since there is never time to do it, I would use this 1 minute to mention the names of the persons you have never seen but who have worked days and nights and weekends. Starting with Dominik Hajduk, the one with whom you've been in touch, so big thanks to him. He's replied like thousands of emails within days, and then I'll take it one by one. Blanka Nováčková, Dominika Pospíšilová, Eva Wolfová, who cannot be with us, but helped us a lot. Eva Varausová, Gabriela Říhová, Jiří Mach, Kamila Vondráčková, Kateřina Filipová, Linda Stuchlíková, Marek Vičar, Markéta Michutová, Martin Bílý, Martina Hesounová, Matěj Frous, Petra Tachecí, Jan Dusík, Pavel Zámyslický, and the colleagues outside of the Minister of the Environment, Jan Dušek and Míra Svoboda. With that, let me wish you a nice visit to the information panels, bon appétit, and a great and inspiring field trip tomorrow.